Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, September the 4th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me and see me not see me, but see my screen in the main room. We had a problem yesterday at the beginning. And Torty, thank you so much in our YouTube room. So I'm live in our YouTube room and in the main room, and you guys can see my screen. Well, lots happening, actually. There's a ton of... actually some earnings plays. Most of them are down for the day. But before we get into the earnings plays, let's take a look at some of the low floaters that are up. WISA, WISA, trading higher after the company executed a definitive asset purchase agreement to purchase the Data Vault intellectual property, et cetera, for $210 million. So that is the reason WISA, W-I-S-A, low float, 5 million in the float, up 67% right now. And that is WISA. Before we keep going, though, you know what? Yesterday I don't think we had one blue bar in the SPY all day long. So I'm not saying, we've had a little pop. No, we had some news at 8:30, some economic news at 8:30, and, didn't affect it too adversely. And in fact, afterwards, a little bit of a pop. So there's the SPY. Not one blue bar yesterday. Morning, Dave, in our YouTube room. ASTS, well. So who was it? Was it Deutsche Bank? Yeah, Deutsche Bank. Deutsche Bank has put they had a price target of 22. Of course, that blew that away. They've got a new price target of $63 for ASTS. And they also... trading higher after the company announced confirmation for a September 12th launch target for Bluebird satellite. So that's the big news. And they also, didn't they get a whole whack of money? Something like $400 million. On their launch and warrant redemption. Anyway, so lots of good stuff right now for ASTS. WINT completes the enrollment of mid-stage study of istaroxime in early cardiogenic shock. Okay, so there's your news for WINT, another very low float, under $1 million in the float. From yesterday, I'm surprised. I actually kind of surprised that this one had a continuation day. CNFR. Don't even know if we saw any news on this one yesterday, but at any rate, popped through $1 through the 200-day moving average. Way above now, we're closed. I'm sorry, the high of the day yesterday, 140, way above that now. And it is another low float. Now, some earnings plays. ASND is gapping down on earnings. ASAN, another earnings play, gapping down on earnings. PD, PagerDuty. Let me see if I can find that right here. PagerDuty, another one gapping down on earnings. And the list keeps going, guys, of the stocks that had released, or companies that released earnings that are gapping down. Dollar Tree, DLTR. Now, I know somebody told me they're not exactly like DG, but I don't know. DG, of course, got hammered last week on earnings, and this is Dollar Tree now, DLTR, hammered down on earnings, was already sinking. I think that was when DG released this day here. Wow, another one, ZS. Where are you, ZS? Another one, an earnings play. Maybe out of the price range in this particular scan. ZS is another earnings play, gapping down. Look at that, 16%, $32 down for ZS. Finally, Earnings play up. GTLB. Little pop up for GTLB on earnings. And another one moving down on earnings, CNM. Yeah, so a lot of earnings, quite a few earnings plays actually, and most of them are down. Hurl is another one. HRL is another one, gapping down on earnings. ATHA, I don't see ATHA anywhere. From CASA? Is it under $1? Yeah, that's the reason. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I know I just did a quick look at XLE. XLE now is underneath the 200-day moving average, and XLK is getting awfully close. So on the economic calendar, or for the economic calendar today, we've already had, at 8:30, we had international trade in goods and services. At 10 o'clock, we've got factory orders. 10 o'clock, we've got job openings and labor turnover survey. 11 o'clock, we've got the Treasury buyback announcement. 2 o'clock, we've got the Fed's beige book. And also at 2 o'clock, we've got the Treasury buyback results. So obviously at 10 o'clock, factory orders and job openings and labor turnover survey. That can have an effect on the market at 10 o'clock. Well, Grumpy, maybe people don't know that. Dollar General, Dollar Tree. Sounds like the same, maybe to the people, okay? Anyway, it doesn't really matter. You know, they both did not do well. And Dollar General still, you know, there was this earnings. Was that Wednesday? Yeah, Wednesday, maybe. Thursday. Another little, not a little one, but another earnings play. I'm just looking at some of my earnings plays on my my scan. REVG, not very much volume yet. There was another one that I saw that had something to do with cars, not an EV player, sort of like a CarMax. This is it. America's, I don't know, again, don't dump all over me. I don't know if it's like CarMax. Okay, I'm just looking. America's Car-Mart. So there's Car-Mart, CRMT. Not very much volume. That's why I really didn't talk about it too much. But, you know, obviously once this market gets, I mean, look at this gap down. CRMT, Car-Mart, when the volume picks up. Okay, thank you, William, on the GG. Hurl, HRL, is continuing to move down. I know, guys. I'm sorry. Every 3 months, I make the joke about Hurl, HRL, kind of a bad symbol for a food company, if you know what I mean. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to take a look. I'm going to look at every sector now. I'm going to look at every sector with respect to the 200-day moving average, because obviously after yesterday, a lot of them are getting closer and closer. XLE, I know, is now below the 200-day moving average. Well, if I got a pretty funny from Grumpy, based on his normal demeanor, I guess that's pretty good. All right, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy, 59% in green. That means 59% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. A little bit strange. Usually it's closer to an all or nothing, either 100% are up or 100% are down. Wow, look at tech. 80% are down from yesterday's close. However, look at AMD. Actually, look at AMD. AMD is definitely bucking the trend. AMD, a lot of volume. Interesting. AMD is up, whereas the majority of the stocks that make up that sector are down. That's a good move. So there's what we call an outlier. You know, definitely bucking the trend of the of its sector. And communications. Yeah, so there's really no positive. Well, energy, I mean, 63%, hardly a ringing door. Okay, utilities again. So what I call the so-called flight to safety with dividend stocks, things like that. When the market starts to move down, people tend to go into these sort of plays. NRG, any volume? No, 279. So there's natural gas, UNG. So on an ETF watch, UNG. China, KWEB, modestly up. FXI, another one from China. However, now I definitely want to take a look at these 200-day moving averages. So you will see that XLE yesterday broke down through the 200-day moving average. It has been, it has been the weakest performing sector for quite a while now. But yesterday, you can see it just broke down. Well, actually, it closed just a little bit above it, right on it. It did dip below it, but there was the close right on it. A little bit above, but that green line right there is the 200-day moving average, okay? And then look at XLK. Look at XLK, technology, XLK. There's that 200-day moving average. Big down day yesterday, getting close. Let's take a look at retail, XRT. Yeah, I mean, you can just sort of see what's happening here, guys, getting close. Healthcare, XLV. XLV. So XLV is a strong sector. I mean, that is a strong sector. I mean, it is still moving away from the 200-day moving average. So if you're looking for a strong sector, this is still it. I mean, it hasn't really had no pullbacks. Consumer staples, XLP. Another strong sector. Strong sector. Can't even see the 200-day moving average. Industrials, XLI. I mean, it's still relatively strong. I had a down day yesterday. There is a 200-day moving average, but still, look at industrials. except for yesterday, this was still, running away from the 200-day moving average. Now, discretionary should be getting close, if not through it. XLY. Yeah, getting closer, not through it, but getting closer to the 200-day. And utilities should be running away from it a bit anyway after yesterday. XLU. Yeah, I can see XLU. Materials, XLB. So healthcare, guys, healthcare stocks and financials. XLB, not bad. Now let's take a look at communications, XLC. Probably will see the 200-day. Nope, except for yesterday. I mean, can't see the 200-day moving average. So XLE is still well, as we speak, it is still a little bit above the 200-day, but we'll have to see what happens today. But boy, strong sector is healthcare. XLV. Okay, let's see what else is anything else sneaking in here. I don't think I mentioned ATRA. I know I have on the list ATRA, ATRA, trading higher, climbing on a $36 million direct offering. At what price? See if there's a price. At $8.25 a share, so a little bit below the offering price right now, but it did pop on that news actually. WISA's having a bit of a pop here, guys. WISA is having a bit of a pop. All right, let me read this again. Executes a $210 million definitive agreement to purchase assets. Okay, I still don't really know what it all means. Here we go. Rocket 60%. Come on. Okay. 60% on a $210 million purchase from Data Vault. So they're issuing 40 million shares at $5 a share plus a 10 million. All right. Well, that's not typical. I mean, they're buying something and this has just popped on that news. Not typical in that usually the acquiring company certainly doesn't usually do this. But anyway, I don't know enough about all this. Bottom line, doesn't really matter. Look at what it's doing. WISA, 5.3 million in the float. Let's take a look at the weekly chart on this. To me, it looks like there could be, let me expand this weekly out a little bit. There's a high here of 280 or at 280. And then there's another high after that at around 334. Not saying it's getting there, of course, but those are the next highs. Looking left. All right, well, we're in jeopardy here, guys. These are, they're blue bars, but starting to drift down now again, the SPY. Yeah, I saw this Lixt, L-I-X-T, and look what it did. It got up to 230 and right back down to 175, actually negative now. You know, another one that had a rocky look. I don't know if you're following after hours. I did happen to see this one after hours, SHPH. And, you know, after hours, this got up. I mean, it had a rocketed up to 291, completely given it up, down 29%. They were granted a U.S. patent. This was after hours yesterday. And then reality set in, I guess. All right, let's keep an eye on this Dollar Tree, regardless of whether it's like DG or not. Okay, you can see. I mean, it's basically traded just like DG in the daily chart the last 3 days. But anyway, there it is, DG. So our Dollar Tree. So let me now take a look at a monthly chart because I can't see anything on the weekly chart. Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay, so there is a low right there of 68.43, and this is back in when? Wow, we got to go back 4 years now. 4 years, okay? This is April of 2020, over 4 years ago to get to these lows. Yeah, we're sitting at 70.70 right now, and that low right here over 4 years ago is 68.43. So not a heck of a lot of support on the charts, guys, unless you think that 4 years ago is going to hold it. Okay, this is another one. I didn't mention it, but you know, CIEN is also an earnings play. You know, a tech company, obviously. So actually, this could get it. This is interesting. Look at keep an eye on this one, guys. I should have mentioned this one. Is it on my list? It's actually on my list. I added it after I pasted it into the room. Because look at CIEN. Reason being is that look left. So I mean, the next high in the weekly chart, last week's high was 58.19. So it's just a little bit above last week's high. And then you've got to go back to this week in March of this year and see the next high is around 63.31. So obviously there is some room here, guys. Almost $5. Not saying it's going to fill this void, but at least you don't have to worry about on the weekly chart anyway. Any chart resistance. So that is CIEN. And it continues to make new highs here, guys. CIEN rises after Q3, sees growth in cloud providers, recovery in service, etc. So, all right, guys, 924. So I'm going to get my layout that I'm going to use once this market opens up and running. Okay, I will mute myself for a bit here. All right, I'm back. Now, William, I know you made a mistake. You didn't mean to say inbred. Oh, did you? Well, we're having a little bit of fun in the pre-market. Arkansas, I don't know where that is. Arkansas, where is that? And I'm kidding, of course. And I'm kidding on the pronunciation. All right, guys. Let's see. Market's opening in about 4 minutes. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Look at CIEN, guys. This is it's getting closer actually to that weekly high. About $3 away now. Now, depending what the market does, this might be a nice fade. Well, all of your American stores that we do have some Walmarts in Canada. Yeah, we have Safeway. PTHL. Ah, cool, Grumpy. Well, that is my hometown, Montreal. All right, guys. So let's see. Ahead of the market, putting in a little bit of a pop here. Again, I did not see one blue bar yesterday. Blue bar meaning, strength. Yeah, ASTS. That's an amazing price upgrade from Deutsche Bank from 22 to 63. And they've got more news. It's something about money, okay, and also, of course, their launch is due to happen on September 10th. And I'll be running a couple of races, the large cap gainers from the open and also the biggest gainers from the open. Not subtle differences. One is large cap stocks. One is stocks with no filter, meaning it could be any stock. Small cap, large cap, medium cap, mid cap. All right. Thank you, William. So less than a minute, guys. Yeah, about 40 seconds to this open. Well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. Okay, we have about 15 seconds. I see Dollar Tree put a little bit of a pop in, DLTR, a little bit of a pop. All right, guys, we're now open. Now, I probably have to get this one going. Here we got only one to start. This is a little strange. Oh, here we go. Okay, so as we start, ASTS is actually a little bit of a drop. Dollar Tree, DLTR, a bit of a pop. Okay, give me one moment. All right, how's that CNFR doing? CNFR. Okay, there. ASST, the other one, not the ASTS, but the ASST. On the move here, guys. There, in fact, there it is. I think it just took out yesterday's high, I believe, or it's at yesterday's high, ASST. Give me one moment, guys. Okay. Let's take a look at the large cap gainers. There's US Steel. US Steel moving higher. Well, look at the SPY here, guys. Okay, so nice little opening pop on the 5-minute anyway. Is DJT a better long or short play to me? Well, I mean, it's, obviously it's all wrapped up in the election, and if you will, I mean, it is right now. There's nothing that would convince me to buy this. Okay, I mean, it's in a steady decline from its high up here, 46. So I'd be waiting if I were looking for a bounce. But please, that's only my opinion, of course. We have our first halt of the day, guys. Second one, FFIE. So Wint got halted. Looks like it got halted on the way down. FFIE, halted on the way up. Now this one, of course, went crazy a few weeks ago. Got up to $27. Honestly, for no reason. I mean, for when I say that, I mean, there's no reason for this to be up at 27 other than the fact it was a low float and traders got a hold of it. Other than that, it's not like they had stupendous news. Now look at the SPY here, guys. This is a very different day so far than yesterday. From yesterday, we did not see, again, I don't recall seeing one blue bar yesterday. Okay, CNFR is, wow, it's a big move from about $1.40 to $1.80. CNFR. ASST flirting with 3. Next high looking left is almost $4. Yeah, so after the pop for Dollar Tree, got up to 73.58. Wow, that's a big drop. It's just early, you know. I mean, if this hadn't happened, if this pop hadn't happened, I may have been inclined to take a look. I know I don't like to trade in the first 15, but there's GTLB, guys. The GTLB earnings play. The next high looking left is around 53.67, so about $1 away. ASST through 3 now, a little bit, not in a huge way. ASST through 3. Look at Alcoa even. Alcoa showing up in this biggest gainer. So like these are the ones that usually are just low floats. Even Nordstrom's JWN for some reason is popping up here. All right. They receive a buyout bid after the founding family offers to take department store private. So this has been in play for a while, for a long time. Like this. Wow, ASST guys is it's and Barfly. I know it's not Barfly. BFLY Butterfly. Next high looking left is 135. That's on the that's on a weekly chart also. 135 looking left for BFLY. A lot of volume coming in. A lot of volume. Had some news launching next generation Butterfly IQ3 in Europe. Advanced 3D imaging. Okay, let's see where FFIE could open, guys. Wow. Okay, if this holds. So first time I'm showing this blue screen. This is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. There is the halt price for FFIE. This column is showing where it could potentially open. Okay, and it just opened, and it's above. Yes, it was above the halt price of 424. It just opened. Looks like the high, I don't even remember seeing this one yesterday, but the high of yesterday was $5. Lower $5, 509, and it's challenging that right now. Yeah, 509. Will that hold it? That 509 is the next high. That's yesterday's high. If it can take out that, then the next high is 559. Big recovery for the SPY now, guys. Yeah, it's only down 80 cents. So let's take a look. We got a little bit of a disconnect in the market. We've got the Dow up and the Nas down. Okay, so a little disconnect right now. between the value stocks and the growth stocks. Wow, Teva, shoot. I saw this one early too. Teva on the move here, guys. TEVA on the move. UBS raises target price to 26 from 24. Yes, Dollar Tree is slip, sliding away. Hmm. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys. Well, ASST now is through, it was through 3 and holding over 3 now. ASST. All right, keep an eye on the ASST. I'm sorry, the ASTS. It did have a bit of a fall, but down to $30, but now it's starting to come back. All right, WINT resumed. Now that was halted on the way down, I guess. How about this one? CALC halted at 537. And, it resumed. I'm sorry. It resumed, got halted at 536. Resumed at 537. Above the halt price now, 554. Boy, look at CIEN. I mean, that in the pre-market got up to $61 and came all the way back down to 55, $7, $6 drop. Wow, FFIE guys is just ripping here now. Took out that high of yesterday, 509, challenging that 559. Boy, we're getting a lot of halts and resumes already. QMMM halted on the way down. QMMM. Well, then there's the, wow, look at the drop now though for ASST. Yeah, got halted again. FFIE got halted again. Traders obviously looking at this 3 weeks ago when I got up to 11, and then way back here when I got up to 20. All right, guys, CNM earnings play, getting weaker and weaker. So this has, I mean, I think I looked, there's really no support for this one on the, well, certainly not on the weekly. Let me take a look at a monthly and see where the next lows are. Yeah, so the next lows are 38.28 on a monthly, and this is back beginning of the year. So there is still room for this one to run down, and that is CNM. Cracks 40. This could start getting really good. Yeah, EH is, I'm seeing this one right here. I don't know if it's an earnings play or not. EH, not an earnings play. Wow, this is China aviation sector. Yeah, straight down is right. Keep seeing this one right here in the compare count. Come on, CNM, break 40. So Jay's got EH and Draw's got HE. On contiguous posts. And why? I'm just, come on, I'm just waiting to see if CNM can take out 40. There's Brigham Young again, BYU again. This has been a very active stock. You know, this is last month. Maybe back to a weekly chart. Come on, 40 CNM now, the bid ask 40 and 40.08. All right, guys. I'm just waiting to see if it's C&M. If not, I'll get out of. I'm in it. Okay, I am in it. I'm just waiting to see if I can take out that 40. And this was an AI alert for those of you who have our AI. Saw it in the pre-market, of course. Big, well, not big earnings play, but a big down gap on earnings. All right, I'm bounced out of it, guys. A little over my short price. Don't like the way it's trading now. It's maybe rallying with the market a bit. So for me, I'll put a price alert underneath 40. It just could not, got to the bid. The bid got to 40, but it could not get below. Projected open for FFIE is, wow, 614 right here. Okay, could be. I mean, as you know, Matt, no long plays yet. 3 echo, no. On the AI, no. So yeah, 614 projected open. This was late. This was almost just before the market closed yesterday, where FFIE announces your vision, our drive, co-creating the future of affordable AI EVs, co-creation campaign. That was just before the market closed yesterday. Oh, look at this one. Make my trip. MMYT. This is out of India. So the next high is 95.56. MMYT had a down day yesterday, like most stocks in the market. All right. Well, ASAN actually is having a bit of a bounce. It's an earnings play. But let's take a look at some of the large cappers. MP. Let's take a look at MP, see what it's doing. Now look at MP Materials. MP Materials Core straight up. Oh, I see. BYU got halted on the way down. Okay. BYU got halted on the way down. Wow. I mean, if this held, can you imagine? 175 projected open from 499. I find that hard to believe. So FFIE just opened and exploded higher again. There were shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. No more. Oh my gosh. It's all about the float, guys. 1 million in the float for FFIE. All about the float. All right, BNRG on the move here, guys. BNRG on the move, and the high of today is 169. High yesterday was 253, so there is obviously room if it wants to keep moving. Another low float, 5.99 million in the float. Israeli company. Well, guys, the SPY is having obviously a great day. I mean, so far. Now, there is a number coming out at 10 o'clock. Okay, an economic number coming out at 10 o'clock that could affect the SPY or the market, but especially the SPY. And that is the factory orders and job openings and labor turnover survey. Okay, so a couple of numbers that are going to come out in about 3 minutes or so that could affect the market. I don't know if I can remember any plus minus signs. The only thing I can think of is when you right click on the chart, does it say use browser interface? Is that checked? Legal? When you I'm sorry, you don't see that option at all? When you right click on a chart, you don't see the option use browser interface? Okay, now, so is it checked? Okay, maybe uncheck it and see if that helps. But I don't know what plus minus you're talking about, to be honest. I'm looking, never really seen that. Oh man. FFIE just absolutely ripping. Next high looking left, I'm not in it. Next high looking left is 811. That's on the weekly chart. It's very extended, of course. Okay. Yeah, the browser interface. Yeah, it seems to do some things that, has options or takes away some of the options that are in the legacy charts. Okay, guys, I wanted to mention ASAN. This is having a bit of a surge. ASAN. This is earnings play, and you can see what's happened here. Still down for the day. It's still down 8%, but it is trying to come back somewhat. So GTLB, you can see right there, there is the next high looking left on the daily chart, very close. 53.46, so it's very close to the current price. And to me, I mean, to me anyway, it looks like there's just too much resistance, potential resistance. All right. Well, those numbers at 10 o'clock obviously did not help the SPY. Again, that was factory orders and job openings and labor turnover survey. That was the numbers that came out at 10 o'clock, and obviously knocked the stuffing out of the SPY. And therein lies the problem sometimes, guys. You know, you get into something long that's somewhat affected by the market. You're rolling along right here. You should, that's why I post this information every day, the economic calendar, because you got to be aware that something could affect the market. Now, that's pretty dramatic. So if you're in something that, is more or less kind of market dependent, you've got to be so aware of those numbers that are coming out. Whereas these little guys, they don't really care. They really don't care. So this is the one that did the reverse split last week, I believe. ATPC had a great day. I think the day of their reverse split, and the high yesterday was around a little over 219. This is ATPC, low float. Okay, well, at least but look what happened. I mean, it has literally come all the way back, just about all the way back. Crazy action, guys. Crazy action. Probably a lot of people anybody who was in something that was relying on the market got stopped out more than likely. Okay, I have to take a look at this CN. I mean, it looked really, really good. Pre-market got all the way up to $61, and then this big drop, and now we're getting this little bearish signal right there, and it has actually gone negative for the day. I mean, after being pretty nicely positive for the day, and now it's gone negative underneath that whole number of 55. This is interesting to me as a short. But wait a minute. Next low looking left is 54.62, and then you've got so I'm not as interested, because when you look left on the daily chart, you got all this, sort of around the 54 mark. So I'm not as interested now. Clove had some news yesterday. I think they did some kind of was it a financing? I think I saw this after hours or towards the end of the day. Yeah, I saw this after hours. Saw that move after hours for CLOV. I know. You know what? They put AI in a press release. Trading higher after the company subsidiary Counterpart Health announced a multi-year agreement with the Iowa Clinic to deploy an AI Should have been an AI technology to a Midwest provider. So they put AI in the press release and boom. Now, Atra, guys, what is this high over here? This is 886. Close. If it can take out 886, the next high is 10, a little over 10. I'm going to stick an alert right there and see if that's what it got to today, I believe. Look at the high for today, 886. And look at the high over here, 886. Amazing how that works. Now, if it takes it out, it's got room. Had news. This is a $36 million registered direct offering, and that was at 820. I thought it was 825, $8.25, something like that. $8.25. So it's above the offering price. All right, let's take a look at some of these large cap gainers from the open that are, could be running counter to the market, of course. The Dow is up just a little now. NAS is down. SPY is down. Market is in definitely a bit of a chop mode right now after those economic numbers came out at 10 o'clock. All right, let's take a look at FFIE, and we're at the VWAP now, 560, okay? Will the VWAP, will it act as support? Okay, that's what we're looking at right now for FFIE. And it so far it did. I was gonna say, honey. So far it did. 561. I just mentioned that there was a VWAP. It held the VWAP so far. And look at this crazy market. Look at this right back up with another blue bar. Again, these are my go no go charts. Too bad this was not shortable for me. There was a nice pattern though. There's the orange, pink, purple. Suggestion to go short on that pattern. I just did not have shorts available at Interactive Brokers for WINT. All right, let's take a look at ALAB. Next high looking left is, wow, it's got room. So on the daily chart, it's got the next high is 42.68. So not quite $2. So there's ALAB, guys, over 41 now. The high of the day was 41.14. Moving with the market, ALAB. And there it goes. There goes A Lab a little bit anyway. Boy, fast morning, guys. I'm going to go over my homepage right now as the market continues just to come all the way back. Okay, so I'm going to go over the information you can find on my homepage, including all the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay, so stick around. I'll get to that. Because I did delete the browsing data, I'm going to have to reload in YouTube. Just the chat portion. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Okay. Okay, so in YouTube, I just had to do a reload. Okay, so there is my homepage link. So clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Now, this is not the promo code to use now. Unfortunately, that is gone. There's no more 25% off. You have to use Barry15, okay? If you want to take out a subscription, actually reminds me, I better tell the gentleman who looks after my homepage to make the change. So again, you have to use Barry15. If you want to take out a subscription right now, Barry15, that'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. It'll really help to keep the rooms free. The rooms get credit for the subscription, helping to keep the rooms free. If you do take out a subscription, you must do, the first thing you got to do is the getting started. 10 short videos. First one, the download and install, first startup and login. I'll scroll down a little bit here. Important introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows, the two key ingredients of what makes Trade Ideas great. Okay. Trading 101. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A series of videos, all free. So if you're new to trading, I really suggest you take a look at this Trading 101. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for, free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Keep an eye on ASST. Yes, it's making another climb off 3. Education section is here. Here is our user guide. Really well organized. There's the getting started right at the very beginning. A lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. And I'm going to show the 2 races that I'm sharing that you can see. Here's how you can create your own race with your own parameters. I use price alerts all the time on the charts. If you want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. And of course, there's a lot more in the user guide, but you don't have to learn everything like any other software program. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Today is Wednesday. It should be Jamie. Jamie sometimes listens to me, but I'll find out for sure if it's going to be Jamie taking over for me between 12 and 1 Eastern time in our YouTube room. And next, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down a bit. And right here, there, that center section, click here. Here are the scans that I am currently sharing. So these are the ones that I'm displaying. The biggest gainers from the start of the race, this one, and then the large cap gainers from the open, this one. I do have another one that I'm sharing. I'm not displaying it, but you can take a look at it also. Halts resumes is over here. Relative strength leaders from the close is here. And this is just the flip of it, the reverse of it. These are losers from the close. And this one down here, the movers to the upside, this is the same. Upside movers versus downside movers, okay? But I do have other scans that I'm sharing. I do have Momo on my other monitor, but I do not have them all up and running, and neither should you. Don't look at well, you can look at them, but don't have them all up and running in one giant layout. You'll have so much going on, you'll never get anything done. Okay? A-Lab, guys. Look at A-Lab. Nice move now for A-Lab. All right. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a real-time alert scanner. Okay. A lot of screening programs are out there. We do screen, of course, but we take it a step further with real-time alerting. So if I right-click on this alert window that I call Momo, and this is what I'm sharing, if I right-click on it and click on Configure, and then click on the summary. So this is a scan that I built, and this is what it's looking for. So if the stock is between $1 and $100, and the current volume is at least 3, that means it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, 10:18 Eastern time. Okay, it is time of day sensitive. This is why I call it a momentum scan, because the volume in the last minute has to be at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. Bottom line is this: if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was for BFLY at 10:14 plus 30 seconds. It is now 10:18, so a little over 4 minutes ago. So since then, 4 minutes in the last 4 minutes, no stock has met all the filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Okay, because these are all real-time alerts. Okay. Now, if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. It's from my homepage. But if you want to make changes, of course you can. Maybe you don't like the price range. You want to change the price range. Maybe for whatever reason you don't like one of the filters I've got here, or maybe you've got a favorite filter that you'd like to add. Go for it. This is just what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see, but I offer this as sort of a template that you can adjust if you want to. Now, you want to make your own scans? Of course you can. This time I'll click on search, and you'll see right at the very top, these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. 2 most popular by far, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I keep scrolling down, there you can see that GTLB just made a new high of the day right there. So as I keep scrolling down, you can see that there were a lot of real-time alerts. You can see GTLB is making a new high, another new high. When we get to these icons, these are the filter icons that we have. So if you're looking at this maybe for the first time, don't get hung up on the fact that we have so many and thinking, man, this is way too complicated. I can't possibly learn this all. Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. The only reason why there are so many should make sense. There's so many different trading styles out there. And with all the customers that we've got, what we had to do, well, I wasn't around then. 20 years ago when the company's over 20 years ago when the company started, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create all these different real-time alerts and all the filters. Okay. So don't get hung up. You don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use a couple of them. I only use, believe it or not, just the new high and the new low of the day, and just a handful of the filters. I like, say, a certain price range and a minimum volume. Doesn't mean the ones I'm not using are bad. It just means that for my trading style, I don't need them. But your trading style, maybe you need them. Okay, so again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. And I think, oops. Yeah, so Jamie is, I guess he's listening to me. So he said he will be in our YouTube room in about an hour and 40 minutes, taking over for me when I do take my break. Eastern time, of course. Yeah, ASST does look pretty good. I mean, let's go back over to here. I'm sure we're going to see it here. Yeah, ASST. Yeah, now it just made a new pop, new high, not quite a new high, just made a new high now. New high of the day. Briefly, but look at that. You've got to be so careful. Look at that. I mean, it got up to what, 350 and pulled right back down to 3. That's a big percentage drop. So you've got to be so careful, guys, when you're dealing with a low float stock, 1.33 million in the float. And if you're not familiar with what the float is, basically that is a supply of stock, okay? The amount of shares that can be traded on a everyday basis. And personally, for me, anything under 20 million, I would consider low. Certainly 1.33 million is very low. And why do you get these moves? 52%. How can you get a move like that? Well, for whatever reason, I think there might have been some news, but even sometimes you're going to see these stocks moving with absolutely no news. It's like any other commodity on earth. Any other commodity on earth, low supply, high demand. 51 million shares have traded, okay? 1.3 million in the float. It's not quite 50 times the float, but that's what it's, that's what it's all about. High demand, low supply. Think about any other commodity on earth. That's exactly what's going to happen. The price will just run. The problem is that when all of a sudden the demand drops, in other words, the volume, even though the volume increased up here, and that's what popped it, but then, all of a sudden, lots of buying or selling came in. But typically what can happen is that the volume will just decrease, and then when that happens, again, that means the enthusiasm is gone for a while anyway, and that's when the stock can really, really drop when it's a low float. Okay? So that's why you can never, ever wander away from your computer if you're in one of these low float stocks. Thinking, okay, I'm in. That looks good. Let's go downstairs, make some toast and coffee, and come back up. No, you can't do that. All right, let's take a look at the races now, guys. These are I'm displaying a couple of the races. Let me explain what you're seeing here. So the biggest gainers from the start of the race. So hopefully it kind of makes sense the way I've named it. I'm running 4-minute races. You can run whatever time period you want. I chose 4 minutes a long time ago. Nothing magical about it. That's not optimized for 4 minutes, or I just decided 4 minutes. There's the ATRA. Okay, so there's ATRA now taking out that high of not yesterday, but back here, getting close to the 9 level. And when you look left, the next high looking left is around 10. So has about a little bit. It's got about $1 to the next high. So again, I'm running a 4-minute race, and if you go to my homepage, go to the education section, and then go to the guide, and you'll see there's a whole section on racing, and that's how you can create your own race with your own parameters. So what are you seeing here? We have about 28 seconds left for this 4-minute race to stop. As we speak, SPWH has moved the most since the race started. It has moved 5.4%. Okay. That's why we're seeing it at the top here. BNRG, 3.6%. It's only at 4 cents. And that's, but the percentage is a big one. That's because, the price is not that high. And I'm just going to wait for this race to be over. More than likely, SPWH is going to win it. And it just won the race. Okay. Notice that eventually a top 10 list will be built for you automatically of the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that ASST, boy, that was pretty brutal though. Wow. ASST has won 5 races, FFIE 4 races, etc. Okay. Eventually a top 10 list will be built. And that gives you a focus, call it a watch list that you can focus on all day long if you want. And the same thing happens with the large cap gainers from the open. A top 10 list has already been built. And now the large cap gainers, well, first of all, let me explain. Why are you seeing these stocks here? What makes these stocks special? Well, all races start from what we call a top list window. So if I right click on this race and open the top list, here is the top list window that this race is based on. Notice if I right click on the top list window, it has an option that says launch the real-time stock race. Okay, so this is how you can build your own top list window and then launch a race from it. So what is this top list window looking for? If I right click, configure, summary. So if the price is between $1 and $50 and the volume is at least 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be a stock on this list. And you can see the list is pretty big. Now, how a top list window was used before we had racing is common question would be, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So as long as I have a header, and I do, the C percent is the change from yesterday's close, you can sort on any header that you've got. So if I double left click, and I'm sorting on this, so FFIE is up 74% from yesterday's close, ASST 46%, etc. How about the open? What stock has moved the most from its opening trade of the day? That's a change from the open. Double left click again. Same. FFIE is also at the top of the leaderboard there. And there's BNRG, etc. Okay. I mean, that's all well and good. It's not a bad idea to focus on these stocks. But what if, we were just looking at ATRA before. What if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, ATRA really started to move? Right now it's up 6.8% from its opening trade of the day. But what if all of a sudden it really started to move? It's up 10%, 12%, 15%. Well, how could you possibly see that in a huge list of stocks? Okay. Well, that's where the race comes in. The race doesn't care whether a stock is, near at the top of the change from the open or at the top, the change from the close. All it cares about is in that whole list of stocks, what stock is moving the most since the race started? And there's FFIE. I mean, it's still huge. I mean, 9.5%. Okay. So more than likely, unless I get a big rug pull in it, this is going to win its 5th race of the day. Now, this also can be used for pullback plays because now the other thing is you don't have to wait for a race to be over in order to click on a symbol. If you see any symbol in here, I would click on it and see what's happening. Look at UPC. Could be interesting, holds over 3. Could be an interesting play. I don't like it very much because when I look left, to me, it looks like it's got too much resistance. But, I mean, if they didn't have this here and the next high was up here at 4, that would be very, very interesting to keep an eye on. There's the VWAP. If you're a VWAP type player, 296 is the VWAP, so it's a little bit above it. Okay. So this is something that you can use for pullback plays also. Just click, you can click either here or click on one of the ones that won a race earlier and just see what's happening. Okay, now the large cap gainers from the open. It's similar from this one, except I added a couple of filters. And it's a pretty big list, pretty big list. So the two filters that I added, the market cap has to be at least $500 million, and the float has to be at least 50 million. Okay. So consequently, you are not going to see stocks usually with big percentage moves here, just because of the market cap and the float. Okay. You're not, doesn't mean though, these aren't great stocks to keep an eye on all day long. Okay. And you guys have been talking about FLNC as an example. Yeah, no kidding. I'm seeing a lot of these. Some of these ones that, they just run all day. When I say I'm seeing a lot of these, we do see these. The problem is finding them early enough, and you don't know it's going to do this. I mean, that's the issue. Of course, and quite frankly, 1821. Where was that? 1821. So that was the high of yesterday. Now it's coming to me. This is coming into the 200-day moving average. This could turn it. Now, I'm not trying to, you guys are long on this one. I don't want you to, I'm not trying to cause this to drop or anything, but there's the 200-day moving average at 1895. That green line, that could be a resistance area. Okay. Now, if it gets through that, I mean, then it's got, it's got room to 20. So if I were new to trading, even though these are super exciting, you can get the big percentage moves, but they're very volatile. The large cap gainers, I mean, they can be volatile, but nowhere near as volatile as the other race. And so if I were new to trading, I would probably concentrate on a list like this. Here's another one like frog. Not like the FLNC. I mean, not one other color bar other than blue. And blue is, blue in the in this system, the go no go candles or bars, bullish. It's the most bullish you can be. Now, let me go over that just a little bit, the go no go charts, okay? So if you have trade ideas right now, this is what I would do. If you want to find out more about what the go no go charts are all about, if you click on new and then click on docked channel bar, and then you'll see one of the channels. And by the way, these are all theme-based channels. So, if you're new, you can take a look at all these different channels. You don't have to learn what all they mean. You can just kind of scroll through them and see, oh, that makes sense to me. You're looking for blockchain mining stocks. Here they are. But anyway, the go no go charts is a channel. If I click on it, this is what you're going to see. Now, you should see a pop-up. 2 videos. So this is before, because this is an add-on to Trade Ideas. Okay, it does cost $50 a month. You can apply the 15% discount to the first month only, but it is an add-on. This is not our technology. We're licensing from the go no go people, but what we're also trying to do is add some more value to it by creating scans that you can use. Now you'll see, of course, that when you click on any one of your alerts, you'll get a go no go chart. But Michael Noss has also created some scans that you can use. These are more swing trading type scans. These are daily charts, okay, that you can take a look at. These are on the long side. These are on the short side. I'll go over this one. This is an intraday one. But I'm jumping ahead a little too quickly here. The first thing you should do is, if you're at all interested, like don't take out a subscription yet. You have to see if it makes sense for you and understand what you're getting into. So take a look at these two videos. Then you can also take a look at this. This is sort of a text, what the color transitions are meant to imply. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, and you go to the Go No Go channel, you're going to see right off the bat, well, that doesn't look like a Go No Go chart. This is a typical bar chart. And so in order to get it into a Go No Go chart, you have to click on one of these symbols. Anyone, doesn't matter. And you see how it turns now into a Go No Go chart. So if you do that, okay, if you do that and it still doesn't turn into a Go No Go chart, first of all, you should be on our latest beta, which I believe is 0.95. You can check to see what you've got by clicking on help and about. Okay. And so the latest beta is 5.6.95, and that's what you should have. Now, if it still doesn't work, okay, you've got the latest beta, you've clicked on a symbol, and you're still not getting this, the Go No Go chart, then the next step would be right click and uncheck the use browser interface. I know for some reason, even if you're on the latest beta, for some reason, it still doesn't work for some people. So just uncheck the use browser interface. So again, I've gone over this pretty quickly. If you're just taking out a subscription, you're wondering, well, where are my Go No Go charts? I'll go back to this and I'll explain how to get them. Okay. So guys, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new, I should have done that right off the bat, but welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and approximately 3 p.m. Eastern time. I say approximately because I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and 3 o'clock. But William, no obligation. I would say that every day, but certainly no obligation. I'm not going to speak for him today, but sometimes he'll keep the room open until 4 o'clock. Okay, the main room open until 4 o'clock. There's no screen sharing. There's no nobody on the mic, but there are so traders in the room. So William just said BMRN is a news halt. Don't see it here. At 10:30? Interesting. Maybe it's BMRN. Wonder why I didn't see it. I know why. I think, well, maybe not. No, I don't have I thought maybe I had an upper limit on it. Yeah, I don't know why I don't have it. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. There you go. Well, I don't have it because I didn't scroll up. I wasn't scrolling up to the top. So there it is, of course. All right, guys. ASTS is coming right back. ASTS is coming right back. There's the high of the day. The high in the pre-market was 32.84, so about $1 to that. And Deutsche Bank put a very aggressive price target on it at $63. I was about half a second away from taking that ASST. And then it just, the rug got just pulled. Well, here's another one that has just been basically straight up, COGT. Meanwhile, what's the market? Market is doing, so after that A little bit of an uh-oh moment right here at 10 o'clock when some economic numbers were released, but the market just completely recovered and now making new highs. And we're actually, actually the SPY went positive. Wow. And the Dow's up. NAS is, has recovered. So the next numbers to it could affect the market. So at 11 o'clock, in about 20 minutes, we have the Treasury buyback announcement. That could affect the market. And then at 2 o'clock, we've got the Fed beige book. Okay, so I don't understand. So at 11 o'clock, we've got the Treasury buyback announcement. And then at 2 o'clock, we've got the Treasury buyback results. Okay. All right. But so I don't know if that is going to make any difference at 11 o'clock. The beige book could, sometimes affect the market at 2 o'clock. All right. So GTLB, it did break through that little area, 53.61. So the next high for GTLB is 56.12. This got a couple of dollars, guys. All right, let's see if this has a move in it. It's you got to only have to worry about that, but that's still far enough away at 200-day moving average. And this is an earnings play. GitLab is an earnings play. Okay, guys, BYRN new high. Okay, let's take a look at BYRN from draw. Yeah, now why isn't this showing up? Relative volume is 8. Yeah, big move here. Okay, so very inactive today, the Momo scan. Yes. Yeah, pretty inactive, this momentum scan here. So again, this is all to do with go no go. Okay, so if you have go no go, if you have the go no go charts, in order to load that, you have to go to new from our toolbar. Click on new from the toolbar, Market Explorer window. Click on that. This box will pop up. Right click on it. Select strategy. This box pops up. Move down, get down to the go no go. Another box pops up, and here it is. Go Momo 3 minutes. So this is looking for a very, very specific pattern, okay? And it's really, it's pretty inactive today. Okay, so this is the pattern it's looking for. So if you look at ZS, so again, with the go-no-go system, if you see orange on the chart, that basically is saying, stay away from it. We don't see an advantage going long or short. Okay. So it's, very neutral. Now, typically what can happen is if the stock starts becoming bullish, it'll go from orange and then to this, say it is cyan, and then to blue. Okay. But if it goes directly from orange to blue or no more than one cyan bar in between the orange and blue, we get an alert on it. Okay. That's how this is working. And so you can see we did get an alert. It hasn't really moved that much. Again, just because you get an alert like any other scan doesn't mean it's going to move for you the way you want it to. But that's what it's looking for. A very, very specific pattern. Orange to blue or orange, cyan, blue. That's on the way up. On the way down, this is why I didn't have this as a short. On the way down, let's see. Oh, this is in the pre-market. Yeah, in the pre-market, you can see orange, pink, deep purple. Okay, that's another pattern it's looking for. So either going from orange directly to purple or orange, pink, purple. And again, now this is on the short side. Okay, this is on the short side. Maybe a little greedy on the GTLB. Well, I'll know exactly. I'm 100% sure I'm going to know, but 99.9999%. Yeah, so there are no floats, okay, for ETFs. So that's the reason, because the minimum float. No, that is not the reason. I'm sorry, that is not the relative volume is only 1.4. That's the reason. It has to be at least 5. We've really made a change to it. We were getting too many, so the relative volume has to be at least 5 to make it into that scan. Okay. Yeah, and you see the pattern. Just because it doesn't show up on this scan, or I'm not just talking to you, dip buyer. I know but if you see, the pattern, and it doesn't have to be. This would have shown up for sure. The only problem is it had 2 cyan. It doesn't mean that it's not good to trade though. The whole idea of the scan though is that if we loosen up the restrictions, we're going to get way too many alerts. So we tried to, in working with Michael, we tried to really tighten the scan up. So you're only going to get just a handful of alerts over the course of the day. But that's excellent right here. Remember, orange, cyan is telling you, okay, the trend is strengthening. And then when you go to blue, this is the strongest. Now it's really strengthening. Doesn't mean they're all going to do that. All right, guys. So yeah, my homepage has been updated now with the proper promo code. Whew. Okay. I'm glad it came back. Yeah, look at this. I mean, the volume, relative volume is only 1.75. I mean, again, it doesn't mean, most of my scans, minimum of 3, but, this is still a really, really good look. And so if you're out there sitting or wondering, well, why don't you just reduce? If your scans are a minimum of 3, some of them are 5. Okay. Well, why don't you reduce it so you can pick this up? You're absolutely right. I could reduce my relative volume in the scans that I've got to, 1.5. I'll pick this up, but I could pick up 20 others that will not do this. And so there's always a trade-off. Well, James asked a question about what could have picked up FFIE earlier. Well, here's the Halts resumes right there, 933, right there. Okay. 424. I mean, that's not bad. So the Halts resumes picked it up right there at 424. And that actually gave a lot of, because now you don't think though that you could have got it here ahead of, because nobody knows it's going to do this 100%. Okay. But there it was, 424, the Halts resumes, and it had an opportunity to get it at least in the run the 440 mark, and it got up to 650 as an example. Okay, James. So that's one way. The other way was right here in this relative strength leaders. It was probably front and center. The other one is here in the race. You could have found this in the race. It's won 6 races. So as it was winning that first race of the day, it was doing this. So you could have found it there also. A lot of ways you could have seen FFIE. Well, but James, okay, but there's no way that you're going to know, no way that anybody's going to know that a stock is going to keep doing this. As I just said, we had an alert here at 4:30. Okay, it's not. I mean, that's not bad. What it was at 4:24 right here. You would have seen this at the beginning, winning a race right off the bat. This race starts at 9:30, and we saw this right at probably it was probably winning the first race of the day. Doesn't mean though it's going to continue doing this, of course, but you would have definitely have seen it right, probably right around 9:30, 9:31. That's what the race does. I mean, that's basically what the race does. It's showing a stock that is moving the most. So it sounds like you do want the race. Okay. That's what you want really, because these are stocks that are, and I start my race right at 9:30 and Eastern time, and that'll show you the stocks that are really starting to move immediately. Doesn't mean though that they're going to continue. That's the issue. So you're going to get some stocks in here that you might think, wow, is that going to continue? Well, we don't know. But boy, has GTLB ever done it. I was a little bit worried on this little move here. So, I mean, you can have my race, James. Okay. You can take a look at this and watch it tomorrow. It'll start running at 9:30 Eastern time automatically. And that's the biggest gainers from the start of the race. Yes, it did. WISA got halted on the way up. Yeah, so WISA got halted on the way up after it was pulling back. So WISA. Well, the race is not waiting 10 minutes, James. The race is it's as it's happening. I'm running a 4-minute race, but you don't have to wait for the race to be over. Okay. I mean, if you see a stock right at the very top, click on it. It doesn't have to be over, and that stock is moving right now. You don't have to wait 10 minutes. Does that not make sense? Right now, for instance, the CALs, let's go get the more, yeah, this one's moving right now, 1.8, not a big percentage move, but yeah, you go to my guide, go to my homepage, go to the education section, click on the guide, and you can create, but you don't want, like, if you want, it's not so much the duration. It's like I'm running 4-minute races. I mean, I felt that was a pretty good trade-off. If you're going to run a 1-minute race, whether you run a 1-minute race or a 4-minute race, you'll see the stock that is moving the most. Okay, right at the moving up the leaderboard. Okay, it's just that you'll have a lot more races, obviously running. You'll have what 36 of them or 360 of them over the course of the day. Probably a little too much, in my opinion. So don't think that, well, a 4-minute race, it's not, it's too long. It doesn't matter. It just, even if you're running a 10-minute race, as long as the stock is moving up, just click on it and see what's happening. But if you want to run a 1-minute race, go ahead. You can, just go to my homepage and go to the education section, go to the guide. Give me a moment. So again, when you click on my homepage, just go down to the education section, click here, you click on the guide, and then TI Stock Racing, how you create your own race. Now, if you took my race, okay, if you took my race from my homepage, I'm going to duplicate it. Okay. So if you took my race and you wanted to modify it, say to 1 minute if you want. So you stop the race by clicking on the square. Okay, now it's stopped. Right click and show race setup. And now here's where you can adjust your time. If you want to run a 1 minute race, go ahead. I know Jamie I think Jamie runs 1 minute races at the start of the day. So you can try that. Okay. But this is how you, can adjust all your parameters. But if you want to keep my race, keep everything the same, except make it in a 1 minute race, let's change that to 1 minute. Okay. Well, Novavax is just having a ripping day. I think it had some news yesterday. All right, guys, I've taken my leave of the GTLB. It got close to 55. Got up to 54.74. And the market, man, oh man, what a interesting day to say the least. So 3 trades for me today, guys. The CNM early on, I shorted that one. I lost a little bit on that one. Did okay on the A-Lab. I wish I were still in it, but mentioned this one, I think, right around here. Not in it anymore. And the GTLB that I just got out of. So boy, look at this Redfin now. RDFN. So the high yesterday, it's approaching the high yesterday, 1082. Will that stall it? Okay, so here is the pattern here. Okay, now it's a little just because you get the alert, but this is the pattern SHPH. This is from the Go Momo 3 minute. So there's the orange, only one cyan, and then the blue. So only one bar separating. So we get the alert. The alert was at the close of that blue candle at 214. Still hasn't moved from there. And the issue I would have. Yeah, I mean, if it can get through that, I mean, it does have room to about 250. Okay. Bit of a strange one, though. I mean, it's actually gone negative. Yesterday, after hours, this popped up to 291 on some news and then faded. Did this get halted? Ah, okay. That got halted. That's why there's a gap there. So I'm going to stick an alert around 217 and see if it takes off from there. It's another low float situation, 1.26 million in the float. Yeah, any scan you see here, you can run on the web-based version, Chase. So the question is, it's just wherever the market makers lined it up, Ron. You know, you'll see it all the time. Well, all the time. I mean, that's sometimes you don't see anything. I mean, here's BYU halted at 152. You're not, there's no glimpse as to where it's going to open. You know, and usually because they're so low floats, anything could happen. Well, you can have it from me, Chase. You can just you can load it from my homepage. Okay, so click on my homepage link and scroll down a bit until you see the scan section right here, and then right here, halts resumes. Okay, so that is the scan. So you can take it and load it into your web-based version. You know how to do that? Okay, good. It's a little bit different from the downloadable application because when you go and it's slightly different ways of doing it, or a different way of doing it in the web-based version, but it does definitely work. But let me know if you were able to get it into your layout, and if you weren't able to do it, I can try to help you. Okay, perfect. Okay, guys, sorry about that. All right, so 11 o'clock came and went, so no big reaction one way or the other for that Treasury buyback announcement yet anyway. There's no advantage. Okay, James asking a question. There's no advantage at all to having the website version. Okay. I mean, if you have a PC, definitely use a downloadable application. The only reason people use the website version is because they have a Mac, or maybe they're running it on a tablet. Okay. That's the only reason. There's no advantage whatsoever. Ooh, good exit for me on the GTLB. What do I think about Clover right here? Okay, well, had news, AI news. Well, let's see. The next high looking left is 320. Do you think that's too close? For me, you know, the whole number could block it. $3 could block it. The next high looking left is not that far above it, 320. I mean, obviously the relative volume it's a big float also, 393 million. If that float is right, that's a big float for this price of a stock. So it's not that, for me, it's just not that interesting. Okay, for me. But please don't let me stop you. 281 is the VWAP, 281, so it held the VWAP. Oh man, I hemmed and hawed over the ASTS, and I should not have. Look, wait a minute. Yeah, I hemmed and hawed on this one, and I shouldn't have. Man, what a you see, and there it is. Now the reason it's not showing up in the scan is because the relative volume is not 5, but doesn't mean you can't take the trade. So look at that beautiful transition from orange to blue. 32.36 would have been the alert, would have been your entry or that area. And so it's almost a $2 move. So again, if you have go no go charts, and you don't have to just stay within the channel and use, you can take the go no go chart, you can move it out, create your little time frames like I've done, and anytime you click on an alert, there it'll be. If you see that sort of a pattern. All right, guys, in about 45 minutes, I will be taking my break. Jamie will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. I mean, look at some of these moves, guys. They're so orderly, and the large cap gainers from the open. Okay, guys. Now this it fell right back down, but the SHPH, this could get going. I mean, it has room to about 250. Okay. Now it briefly took out that high right there where I had my price alert. And again, it's a low float, 1.26 million in the float. So always got to be careful, have to be careful. Waiting to see if it has a breakout right around here. Volume is still pretty good. Sorry, guys, I'm just concentrating on this SHPH. Yeah, you just have to take the, I mean, I'm sharing this one. Yeah, so James, I'm talking to James in our YouTube room. I'm sharing this one, the house resumes. I'm sharing these two or displaying these two races. I'm displaying this and I'm displaying this. Okay. So you just have to grab them. The reason I don't is that not everybody wants everything that they see. So I just make it a la carte. You pick and choose what you want. But they're all named. But it sounds like you really want the race. Okay. This, especially at the beginning of the day, the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This also, the relative strength leaders from the close, this will also probably front and center have stocks that are really moving right off the bat. It's a cat and mouse game right now with the SHPH. Man, it's just sort of stuck right here. You got to be so careful also because of that float, 1.26 million in the float. You got to be so careful. Okay, did it? Okay, I got a little fill on it. I got a fill. Let's see if this has any sort of a pop now. I got to pay attention to this, guys. So all right, guys, I've taken some off just underneath 30, just in case, okay? I just have to be so aware of this float. One moment, please. Can we get one more pop? One more pop. I mean, there's the next high looking left. Okay, for there it is right there. 246. Oh, what a great exit for me in the GTLB. Okay, while I'm waiting to see if anything. So here's the BYRN, guys. BYRN. All right. Okay, I've just taken some more off, guys. Okay, in case I can't get through that 245. Okay, that is the SHPH. Because that was the next high looking left. Interesting. I don't think this. There you are. No, this did never won a race. It's winning this race. It's at the top here. Look, I mean, look, it's amazing how many times this works like this, guys. I'm not saying this is going to block it forever, but you know, all I kept doing, looking left. Where was that next high on the daily chart? 246. What did it get to today? 245. Right, no, within a penny. Okay, no, it's okay, James. Okay, so James asking a question about the go no go chart. So obviously you can hear me, and I'm assuming you can see what I'm going to do. Okay, so and anybody else, okay, anybody else who has purchased the go no go charts. So again, new from a toolbar, new dock channel bar, go no go charts. So what you're saying is when you click on an alert, it's not turning into the go no go charts. It's not turning into the go no go charts. Okay. So the first thing is you should be on the latest beta. Okay. Now you're going to know what you're on if you click on help and then about. And the latest beta is, I believe it's 5.6.95. Okay. So you should be on the latest beta, number one. So if you're not on the latest beta, please get the latest beta. Now, if you don't want to do that right now, more than likely, if you right click on the chart, James, and anybody else, if you right click on the chart and it has not changed, turned into this go no go chart, uncheck use browser interface. Uncheck that. Okay. And when you uncheck that, it should turn into the go no go charts. Now, if you're talking about, maybe I'm misunderstanding what you meant though. If you're talking about when you click on an alert, it's not turning into the go no go charts from here. First of all, this is what I would do. Okay. So you don't have to stay in the channel. Okay. You don't have to stay in the channel. So you can take the chart, right click, and duplicate it into a free floating window. When you do that, this is what's happened. Okay. Now it's free floating. So I know I don't have to stay in the channel in order to use it. And that's what I did. I free floated it, created 3 other copies of it so I could have these time frames. Okay. And I don't like all this information, so I just get rid of all that information. And so now when I click on an alert, it should turn, it'll know to, like I checked on ATRA. So here's ATRA. So all you have to do, James, is okay. So you got all that. Okay. So just duplicate it a few times, like 3 times. And just make sure when you right click on properties and check on the symbol linking. So when it doesn't matter whether they're go no go charts or just our standard charts. The reason why when I click on a symbol here, why they all change is because on any chart, if I right click on it, right click on the chart, go to properties and make sure symbol linking is checked. Okay. And that's what I've got here on all these 4 charts. The symbol linking is checked as opposed to on my SPY chart because I don't want the SPY to change. So if I right click and click on properties, notice the symbol linking is unchecked. Okay. Really, that's it. I mean, there's really just 2 options. Okay. Either checked or unchecked. So the SHPH was a sort of a quick trade, And, why did I know about it? Was because of the go, no go. So I saw it here. Took a while. I didn't take it right here, of course. But at least we had the alert from the go, no go scan. And so I was aware of it. And that's half the battle, just to be aware of the pattern that is formed. So now this one is a suggestion to short, okay? REVG. You can see it's maybe hard to see on the 3-minute, but there's an orange bar, went right to purple. Now it hasn't really moved, but that is a suggestion to short. So what I'm going to do is I will put an alert just underneath 26 and see if it takes it out. Like everything else, just because you get an alert on a scan doesn't mean you just take the trade immediately. You still have to analyze what you're saying on the timeframes that you like. BYRN, guys. Now, I have the only other scan that you don't see that I have up is that I haven't been running it for a while, but I decided I started running it yesterday. This is this very cool scan that I used to love and got away from it for a couple of reasons. Weren't getting too many. Well, it wasn't that. Didn't see that the follow through was there. It all depends on the market you're in, but I decided to bring it back, and there was the BYRN. And this is one I'm sharing. You notice, don't get very many alerts. So I'm just waiting to see if BYRN can take out 14. Bit of a struggle. Yeah, so the market is putting in a bit of a drop now. SPY is basically flat. Dow is up. NAS is basically flat. So right now the markets are just kind of flat as we speak. That could change, of course, dramatically. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, guys, I'm looking at now BN from that scan. We've got orange, went right to purple. Now, but when I look left, there could be good relative volume. Look at that, 10. Big float, 1.34 billion in the float. You know, I should keep an eye on this SHPH just in case it does take out that, say, 250 mark, because where could it go if it does? I mean, you know, I suppose it could get close into this area here around 3, maybe. Well, I got a little greedy on the burn, guys, BYRN, so I've taken myself out for the loss. Okay. I was hoping it would get through 14, but I think it's maybe being a little affected by the market. I'll keep an eye on it later and see if it takes out 14 later. So I better put my price alert there. Boy, oh boy, this so energy. I wonder if is it all? No, this is battery manufacturing. Okay, how is XLE doing now? XLE energy sector. That'll rally at the beginning, but you know, look at that though, guys. It is now just below the 200-day moving average. That green line you see in the daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. So it is just below the 200-day moving average. And my guess is that XLK is going to be just on top of it. Yeah, look at that, right on top of the 200-day moving average. So, man, the tech stocks in jeopardy of, or tech sector in jeopardy of losing that 200-day moving average. Why do I talk about the 200-day? It's probably the most widely followed technical indicator out there, the 200-day moving average. But you're right, ASCS doesn't care. Look at that. Wow. After that initial, you know, drop, I mean, this was a pretty big drop, went from 32.78 down to 28.60. So it's about a $4 drop. Yeah, this one just keeps getting halted left and right. BYU. OMC from William OMC. So spiked and then gave up its gains. Yeah, no kidding. 102 right down back down to 99. Omnicom Give me a moment, guys. Okay. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Just reading some internal email or internal stuff in our Slack thread. I remember MP was straight up, straight up, straight up, but finally with the market and basically moving with the market. This is what I was talking about. You're in a stock that is moving with the market. You better probably have a SPY chart somewhere so you can start to see when this starts to happen. And look what's happening with MP. Basically, just moving with the market. Dollar Tree is just doing nothing right now. DLTR. Yeah, just kind of look on a 15-minute chart, kind of doing nothing. Now, Steve Gomez loves that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. That's the orange line you see in the 15-minute chart to see if that basically acts as resistance, keeps butting its head into it. Keep an eye in CIEN. This is one that I was, still positive for the day, barely, and probably moving with the market down. So we have the orange, we have the transition. This is not on it won't be on the scan because you have another bar here, but it looks, definitely weaker, weaker, weaker. CYEN. Okay, BYU, you're dominating the Halls resumes. Okay, so the SPY is basically flat still. Dow is up a little and NAS is down a little, but we are starting to drift down. Boy, ASTS guys, yeah, now it's through that whole number. Wow, what a move. ASTS through the whole number. Doesn't care what the market's doing. Next high looking left now is 37.23. 37.16 is the next high looking left. ASTS. I wonder if any of the other analysts are piling into this one. Deutsche Bank was the one I saw this morning, putting a $63 price target on it. $63, up from 22, Ital Trader. I know. That's Deutsche Bank. So they had two other pieces of news. Of course, there looks like the launch is on. I think it said was it September 10th or 15th, but also some warrants cashed in. So I guess they've got some money. Shady and HE. Let's see, HE. So he will take the trade at around 1220, breaks 1220 with a 1212 stop. Yeah, makes sense right there. All right, burn is back a little bit. BYRN knocked me out, but let's see. Again, I'm watching to see if it can get back over 14. On a monthly chart, I have to see where this one could go. BYRN on a monthly chart. Where is the next? Aha. So it's not that far away. 1432, not that far away. 1432 is the next high in the monthly chart. That was back in May. And if you look even further back, 1534, the previous month, in April, it was 1534. So that concerns me a little bit. That little high right there on the monthly chart, 1432, which may be the reason why it struggled a little bit to get through 14. All right, guys, 1148. And why is that important to me? Well, I'll be taking a break in about 12 minutes. Jamie will be taking over for me in our YouTube room. Not shortable for me. Okay. I know there were shorts available earlier, but here's your pattern: orange, purple for the FFIE, but it is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. The alert was at 495. So if you had been able to take that on that scan at say 490, it did get down to 471, 469. Okay, Shady's HE is almost triggering. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do in our main room, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So you can head over and listen to Jamie when he shows up in about 9 minutes or so. Usually Jamie's a little bit earlier than noon. Yeah, so this one, I think DAX in this one, WISA. Yeah, so this is the type of stock that maybe later on in the afternoon, it gets, it's been kind of resting for a while. Maybe later on in the afternoon, you're gonna have that pop, get some volume, and take out the high and start to move again. That's the WISA. Always looking for that sort of a stock that has had an early volatile action and then kind of rests and then pops again in the afternoon. I'm not saying it's going to happen with this one, but this has that look. But I'm not anticipating it's going to happen. So I'm not thinking it's going to happen. So I'm going to take it here. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, so what I'm going to do now is put my message up here. I'll be taking off very soon. Wow, ASTS just continues to march its way up. Yeah, I don't think I'm just going to run this race. The large cap gainers from the open now. Okay, I think they're generally obviously less volatile than the other one. And the other one, really, I can cover it right here. Best Buy. Okay, PJ. Okay, guys, I heard a little pop, so I think Jamie is in our YouTube room right now. So I'm going to put myself on mute right now in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour. I am a bit of a TV expert, PJ. So before you go to Best Buy, let me know, okay? Okay, Jamie.
Very hello.
Here. Yes, hello. How are you this fine morning?
I am doing okay, my friend.
And how are you liking the market volatility today?
The volatility was there, and then it was there in force, and then it kind of dried up. But having said that, still plenty of opportunity in that little pocket of activity on many
For
fronts.
sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually surprised. Well, if you look at the 10 o'clock candle on the SPY, that didn't look good at all. That looked pretty ominous. Economic numbers came out at 10 o'clock a couple of
Right. We had
they are anymore.
data.
Yeah. And I thought, wow, but then it came right back. I actually thought, though, okay, this is it. We're going to have a nice big red day again. But I mean, we could still have a red day, but certainly it was a nice recovery. But we still have another 3 hours or 4 hours in the market. So, hey.
And then we have the bond. What were you referring to earlier?
I think there is something that is the manufacturing. The Treasury buyback results. Okay.
Yeah,
at
I
2
chuckled
o'clock.
at that, because you're like,
Yeah.
they're gonna have the auction, then they're gonna tell you about the auction,
Well,
and then
yeah,
what
I
would
think
that
they're.
consist of? They're like, hey, okay, yeah, we printed a bunch of money, we bought our own bonds back, everything went really well. Carry on.
I think they're just trying to, jam the economic, like put things into this economic calendar that they never put in before. Because you're
Right.
right. Because at 11 o'clock, what does this mean? The Treasury buyback announcement, and then at 2 o'clock, the Treasury buyback results. I mean,
Yeah.
what does it mean?
It's just,
I mean,
it's like they're just making stuff up as they go
exactly.
along.
Okay, just to fill up the calendar.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, my friend, I'll let you go.
Yeah,
And
let me grab the screen here. That'll
okay.
probably be helpful. Okay, should have eyes on me now.
Okay, and I'll see you in about an hour.
Very good, sir. Enjoy. We'll see you when you get back.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my desktop. let's see what we got in here today. Yeah, we got a decent, looks like the normal crowd today. And hello to all you regulars. And if you happen to be new to the Trade Ideas realm, then welcome. This is the hour that we allocate for the live support session while Barry takes his well-deserved break. And you get a different trader / trainer guy every weekday. Today is me. So if you do have any questions about the software, just use the questions panel to get them out there. And as I always like to say, I've got some very rudimentary chart reading abilities. So if you'd like me to take a look at anything on the charts, any symbols, I'd be happy to give you my 2 cents there as well. In the meantime, let me deactivate some notifications here. Give me 1 second here. 1 moment, please. I don't think anybody wants to hear that during the entire session. So there we go, deactivated. Silence. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's any questions have streamed in since I took the helm here. But as Barry was talking about earlier, the little pocket of volatility that we had in the opening hour or so was pretty interesting. I usually don't play around with the larger caps that much, but if you take a look at my chart here, Halliburton and then Schlumberger, they were both had a little activity today. All right, for these bigger boys, both in the same category, Schlumberger and Halliburton. And I told myself, well, when I saw it bouncing up here around VWAP, I'm thinking to myself, originally I was looking at Hal, but notice they did the exact same thing. Sellers came out, bottomed out, made a recovery. Where did it put on the brakes? Right there at the good old VWAP. Made for an excellent shorting opportunity with well-defined risk. Right there for Halliburton.
Hello, Barry Anderson from Trade Ideas with today's edition of What Makes This Trade Great? Well, we went ASTS this morning,
Barry left
guys,
his mic hot.
or today. Now,
One
ASTS
moment.
had some news in the pre-market. Of course, this has been a wonderful trader for the last couple of weeks anyway. I guess their launch is going to take place. I can't remember if it's the 10th or the 15th of September. I believe that they've some warrants were cashed in, so they raised some money there. And also, Deutsche Bank put a $63 price target on them. But what I really want to draw
Can you
your
guys hear
attention
Barry as
to are
well?
our go
Anybody
no
out
go
there? Or is it
charts.
just me
Okay,
hearing him?
so this is an add-on for Trade Ideas. It's a $50 a month add-on, and this is kind of how it works. You can see
well, I
that
let him know.
when you see orange here, this is on a 3-minute chart. This is kind of
But
telling
he's
you don't take the trade
probably
yet. We're not 100% sure the direction.
muted.
Could go either way. But if it goes from orange,
I think he got the message. Okay. I think Barry got the message and has muted his mic in the room. So, oh, Chris did it. Thank you. Let me thank him real quick. Okay, back to business here. And I will, let's see, James, I see your questions streamed in here. Establish template layout. Not the individual windows, but more a copy and paste layout that links to go, no go. Okay, James, so I could drop this containerized layout, and that's all all it would be is this container with these go no go charts, and obviously they're already active in the go no go. So I can drop this cloud link, and then if you like containers, you can just crush everything else out and leave the charts. Or once you get this up, you could just right click like this and then say duplicate into free floating window, and then position, you could duplicate this go no go chart, convert it into your different time frames, and then save it accordingly. So let me find the cloud link for you. Yeah, once I drop this cloud link in there, James, what you can do is you'll load the cloud link, okay? And then this will pop up. And then you get it like you want it. Keep it in the container, pop it out, get everything arranged, right? Because you'll be loading from the cloud. But once you get everything situated, so maybe you keep this container, right? But what you would want to do if you want the software to pop up just how it looks right now, once you load the cloud link, just come back over to File and then save the layout as your default layout. And that way, every time you fire up the software, it's going to come back up just how you left it. So hopefully that makes sense. If there's any little minutia I need to go over, let me know. In the meantime, let me get this cloud link for you. Share. There we go. All right. So James, I'm going to drop the cloud link into the chat. All right. So you should be able to access that cloud link in the YouTube chat now. Load that cloud link. It should pop up for you. Let's see. I'm trying to think. I don't have. Oh, and also take note of the little Market Explorer window over here on the left. This is the go, no go Market Explorer window for the 3-minute go. You know, the one that Barry likes to look at. And when I'm paying attention, I like to look at it as well. Not bad here on BN with that transition bar orange. Went purple and had a nice little downturn. That is correct, James. It's a containerized layout, simply, just meaning it's in a container, right? So I can move it around like this, or, if you prefer free floating windows, you could always pop these out into free floating windows, just whatever your personal preference might be. So give that a load up and hopefully things go smoothly for you. Hold on, guys, just catching up on a little internal dialogue here. Alrighty. Okay, so once again, not some bad plays, not too bad of shorts on the HAL and the Schlumberger, giving us two opportunities. I didn't participate in this first one, but on that second one, did it both in Schlumberger and Halliburton. Thing is, when these big boys come into play and the volume is higher than normal, Schlumberger, we're currently looking at just a little over 1.26. HAL 1.45. But, during these times, volume was a lot higher. It's kind of petering out now, but still overall well above 1. When these larger cap stocks, and when I say larger cap, look at Halliburton, 26 billion, Schlumberger, over twice that, 60 billion. When these guys come into play, and, today it's more to the downside slightly, only down 1.24%, but pretty big volume for these guys. The probability that they're going to react favorably to VWAP kind of goes up significantly when the volume comes into these guys. Very widely institutionally held, and that's kind of the whole theme of, one of the reasons that VWAP is around is for institutional traders to be graded on. For us, it's a nice trading indicator. And as you can see on my smaller time frame here, VWAP is really all I have. Now, if we did come up here and say change that to a 15-minute, then I'm typically going to have the 10 period installed on the 15-minute as well. But here lately, I've just been getting along fine with my 3-minute, and then we can always quickly reference the daily and weekly. But to each his own. For this hour, this is my layout. When it's just my regular layout, I've got my charts spread out pretty much across the whole screen. Same format, but just not all bundled up here. All right, no new questions popping up just yet, but if you are sitting on one, do not be shy. Let's take a look at the old Dawn of the Dead. I haven't really been able to give this one a lot of attention today, but nothing really blowing the socks off on Conifer there. B-Fly, that was some nice upward momentum. And once again, just love these, go no go charts because, even if you took this trade, say right on the open, as it was crossing this little pathetic pre-market range here, but at least it's something to gauge by. And you get the blue and you're thinking to yourself, well, I feel like I'm chasing it here, but it is sitting on VWAP. I mean, look how long these bars remained blue before we get that transition turn down. Ooh, guess what? Just shy of VWAP before that second leg up there. Seven seven. You always think about a hammer. I was thinking you were gonna say Hal the computer, but I could see maybe Valhalla, maybe you know, a Viking hammer, something like that. But yes, Hal and Schlumberger, same ilk, pretty much same exact chart pattern. Maybe a tiny bit of variance, but good trades nonetheless. So B fly, nice and up. Madam Curry, a little spotty, but the blue is blue. That's a nice one right there. That is very nice. And come to think of it, it's I love the opening range breaks, but man, I'm almost starting to like these go no go charts better because you don't have to wait for the perfect setup, which is always nice, right? If you see that range break plus blue bars, even better, even better. This one didn't really set up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see what she looks like on the 5 minute. Never really set up. Maybe right here, but a little chasey. But still, blue, blue, blue. And I do use these charts all the time now. I'd s- I'd have a hard time going back to the traditional candlesticks. Oh, that's right. Yeah, 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 yeah. $1,000 hammers, $1,000 toilet seats, whatever. $100 pencils. I guess I picked the wrong thing to be in. All right, James, what do you got here? Ah, okay. Well, that's what you're up against, right? Is just limited screen space. Um, yeah, that's, really the only thing that solves that is more screen space, right? You could try fiddling with your resolution. And what I mean by that is if let me get back here. Okay, so right now, I think let's see, if you right click on your desktop like this in Windows, you just get to the background and you go to display settings. Okay, I'm already maxed out at maximum resolution for these monitors that I'm on. You can see the 3840 by 2160. Now, right up here is what we call scale. Now, notice I'm at 150%, but watch what happens when I go 100%. See how small things get, right? Giving me a lot more space to work with. And then as soon as I put it back on 150, so you can compress your desktop. Now, you might already have it compressed, James, but that's the only thing that I could recommend right now. Right click on your desktop, display settings, find your scale and play around with the scale and see if that helps. Um, Otherwise, the only solution is more screen space, unfortunately. And yeah, I know what you're talking about on B plus because if you don't have it properly expanded, it truncates the order entry buttons. Yep, fiddle with those settings. Maybe, um, maybe that does it for you. Assuming that if it does shrink things down, you can still actually read, you know, what is on the screen. Yes, thank you. I know I'm sharing. Okay. Yep, that's what I'm on, 7.7, 100%. And I'm on two 24s that are 4K, and they're pretty old. But even I, with 48 inches of 4K at 100, I still need more space. I guess I'll just have to bite the bullet and get the. I'm a little hesitant about the wraparound, the 50 whatever inch, but we just might have to take the leap and try it out. All right, questions panel is caught up and open. FFIE, the halt king today. I forget how many times that thing halted, but I definitely heard my halt ticker screaming, and I say that because it's the monkey sound. All right, a lot of these small cappers taking nice little runs today. AI not having such a good day, but that happens. Has its good days, has its bad days. Looks like the only one working long term is the CNM. Of course, not lighting the world on fire. Let me check in on one thing here. Just checking in on the stuff we've got brewing in the background. Hopefully coming down the development pipe pretty soon. Let's just take a look at BYU, which has been highly talked about today. Well, look at that little smiley face. 30-minute candles. Or 30-minute bars, I should say. Okay. Now we see what it did in the prior 30-minute candle. Typically, I would take pause at that and go, you know what? That's just, things run up from $1.40, almost $1. I'm like, there's no way that I would buy that. But we can see what it has done since then. Now, I'm not sure if that was a recent halt. I've shut down my halt window. But that's what I'm currently looking at in dev mode is a model that did participate in that. Very interesting. So we will see. Okay. Hey, Shaw. Are you still scalping or holding for longer? It's always a bit of both. Just depends on, the trade. Just depends on the trade and the day. But most of the time it's, I wouldn't say I'm a one trick pony, but we definitely have our favorite tricks in our bag of trading tricks, so to speak, or tools. maybe we should use the word tools, right? But as Barry and I were discussing for the quick moves, there was a limited window of opportunity today, and then it was just kind of like they, turned the faucet off, so to speak. And then everybody's kind of waiting right now. It just feels like the market is just kind of in a holding pattern for now until we get through all the what I like to call the Fed pep rally. Yeah, James, I was kind of afraid of that outcome, um, because it's just a 15-inch monitor. That's a tough nut to crack, especially when you shrink the scale down. It probably makes things too small. If I went, uh, 100 is the smallest I can go, but if there was a 75, I don't even know if I could read it. Of course, I'm sitting probably just, normal length away from my monitors. When I do wear glasses, um, but yeah, I don't know if I'd be able to see if there was a 75% scale. So, James, the good news on that front is monitors have never been cheaper, right? You can get some pretty good deals out there with a really high quality, 4K. I know the 24s are pretty darn cheap these days. So you might want to consider that. And then you can just have your 15-inch and then a auxiliary monitor that you could configure properly to see everything that you need. That's true, Shaw. I mean, scalpers, intraday traders just like volatility in general. Um, so when the market is seesawing, hitting highs, and then going down and setting lows, yeah, that's good for just about everybody. Can't say that necessarily impacts the swing traders that much, but volatility is good. It was getting pretty slow there in the last 2 weeks of August. But on one hand, you could say things aren't quite as volatile, but they're a little more predictable, and there's not as many people in there or algos, whatever you want to call it, because it's always a mix of both. You got algos and individual traders in there fighting for price levels, throwing elbows, playing the game. So it's kind of like six of one, half dozen of the other. Less volatility, more predictable, but then again, you have to kind of change your mental gears to go, okay, this is a different environment. Now, having said that, since, what are we, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're 2 days into the September market. Since the market was closed Monday, here we are already on hump day Wednesday, and the market does seem different than the last 2 weeks of August. But I don't think we've really seen anything yet as far as volatility goes. I mean, yesterday, we did test the boundaries, but these lines have been here for a long time. I mean, excuse me, that's weekly. Hello. Um, right down to that level and then bounced. So, everybody was all, ooh, blood in the streets, you know, chaos. We're just cycled back down to the end of the range, and looks like we put on the brakes there. And then this was the extreme in the prior week, or actually 1, 2, 3, 4, about a month ago. 10 period in full control thus far, just cycling down to the lower extreme, and wouldn't be surprised to see us sideways in this little trench for, you know, possibly till the end of the week. Wouldn't be surprised to see us back up here by the time Friday rolls around. Now, I wouldn't be surprised, but I also wouldn't be surprised to see us break down to these levels. And if that happens, well, where might we go? say the sellers come out of the woodwork and we do take a little header, well, probably be somewhere around this level if we did. All right, questions panel all caught up. Market taking a little snooze. Nothing to see here. Kind of interesting here though in the SPY though. Purple for a good while. Starting to get a little pink. We get a close above VWAP here. Then we might have some more pink, but if we get on top of VWAP, stay there for a little bit, well then we might grind higher. All right, let's check out some of these Market Explorer windows that are geared up for the 3-minute goes. And of course, we're probably going to see a lot of ones that we would never touch, like ANSC, ATI. All right. And sometimes you're going to get these. That came out at 11:24 my time, which is about right here as we got the transition. So that's what it's identifying right here is the transition that you're seeing right here. Now we're buttoned up against this little high right here. But if the bars stay blue and we get a break above that level, well, then we could possibly have a move higher. No interest. That DN was back from 1030. Yep, the transition right here from purple to pink. And then we had a failed go, right? A lot of ones that are just kind of flopping here. Oh, DLTR right off the bat. So DLTR 3 minutes into the open here wouldn't have been a bad short here around the 70, 90 level. Oof. That thing peeled off about 6 points during that opening volley, which we all know you can do well in the opening 15 minutes. You can also get flattened if you're not aware of your risk level. So let's just hypothesize here. Had to wait for that candle. So you see this candle purpling. Just checking out the pre-market range here. So, let's say I did see this and I thought, ooh, let's take a stab at it. Well, risk level would either be up here at the high of the opening 3-minute candle. So that'd be 73. You're still taking a pretty big risk there. Higher dollar stock. So all you'd have to do is size accordingly, right? You want to get short around 70, 73. So if your risk is $100, you shouldn't have been in more than, say, 33 shares or so. I think that's right. Let's see, $73. Yeah, that would be $99. But it would have paid off nicely. All right, James. Stock races. Yeah, it depends on, I guess, what your configuration is, James, and the time frame that you're looking at and how active it is. And regarding FFIE, Yeah, James, that's going to be like FFIE would definitely be volume related. Let's see how crazy it is. Okay. And I'm guessing this is a small float. Yeah. Okay. Number one, take note of the float size. Okay. This isn't a small float. This is what I like to refer to as a micro float. I mean, small float in my book, most of the people around here, 20 million or less. That's a small float. This guy's got 1 million shares in the float, and it's traded almost 57 million shares today. So that means the float is almost flipped and probably will have flipped 57 times or more today. So, these are crazy movers. And when the volume comes into something like this, all right, you can bet your bottom dollar you're going to have action. But having said that, better make sure your risk is in place and that you, as Barry says, you don't ever get up, right, when you're trading things like this. Um, so the simplest way to detect things like this, um, let's see, what's it trading at? Yeah, so say stocks under $5, right? So if I spawned just a new top list, okay, and I tell you what, let me just duplicate this into. I'm going to duplicate this into this container, and then we'll configure it and see what we come up with here. Okay, so I just got a simple top list in here. We're going to configure it. And we're just going to say price no more than 10, minimum of 1, and then float. And we'll just start at 20 million here. Float shares, max 20 million. And then our relative volume, is it already in there? Nope. We'll just start with something low to begin. And then we might even add, I tell you what, we're going to use 5-minute volume, but we're not going to mandate a minimum just yet. We're going to just install it as a column. Then we're going to get rid of some of these other columns. Okay, that's all we have for now. But I tell you what, we'll push relative volume and floatski over there as well. Okay, so now we get this top list, and then we can sort. Okay, so what was the FFIE? Surely it's showing up, isn't it? Yeah, okay, there's FFIE. But you can see we've got not too many. I'm just scrolling down. That's the end of the list there. And then we can always sort by relative volume. And then there's FFIE as well. SHPH. Ooh, I saw this one earlier. Some people really got. I saw this and I'm like, ooh, the poor people that got stuck short there. It's $1.30. Bam, up to 244. Oof. Would not have liked to have been caught in that. Would like to have been long, but you're going to see a lot of these stocks. Let's see, James. So this would be a great top list to have. Of course, we'd probably want to make it look a little prettier here, right? And you can see all the floats. Look, all the ones with the big volume with these micro floats, they're going to have some big moves, right? So we can, let's just do a little, and I'll configure this and then I'll drop it into the YouTube chat, but let's make it a little prettier here. We're going to go to colors. And let's see here, increments of 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. probably increments of, I don't know, just trying to think of something here. 7 maybe. So in case anybody's wondering, if I want to colorize with a nice gradient on this top list and I want to use relative volume to do it, excuse me, first we find relative volume over here, and then we say, okay, this is what we're going to colorize by. Now we're going to delete these, and we're going to go 7, 14, 21, 28, and 35. And then we're going to pick something not so bright. Maybe that. I don't know, maybe that. Well, I guess 7 is a little too. Yeah, the big boys are just throwing it out of whack. Oh well, I'll just leave it right there. Not the prettiest, not the I forgot to save it. Let's do that one more time. Probably the following: 10, 20, 30, 40, 10, 20, 30. And then 150, 300. Eh. Well, I'll tell you what. We're just gonna do it differently. Oh, I forgot to set my thing over there. Now I know it. Okay, delete all. I was like, why isn't it doing it? Relative volume. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's acceptable. And then we must say okay. All right. Now we've got the top list. Just remember, you can always run a race with this list as well. And that reminds me, let's just throw in another column. I'm just going to pick change in 5 minute. But of course, you can retool these to your own preferred time frame. So we're going to use change in 5 minute, right? And we're just going to show the column. We don't have to install a minimum. Okay. So we can see here if it's doing high volume, we can see how much it's changed in the prior 5 minute period. We can see the relative volume. We can see the float, all the ingredients that we need. Of course, remember FFIE hiding right down there. So now we can easily launch a real-time stock race. And then once we get this up, then we have to come in here and tell it what to do by hitting show race setup. Okay, so just FYI, right click, launch the real-time stock race, and then we have to come in here and show the race setup. All right, so if I'm trying to keep an eye on the ones that are accelerating the most, since we're using change in 5 minute, of course you could use change in 2 minutes if that's what you wanted. Just pick 5 for this example. And here's where we say how long we want our race to be. Of course, we have to pause it. So if we're using change in 5 minute, well, then we might want to use 5 minute races, right? And we're going to base it on not volume, but change in the 5 minute period. And we're just going to sort on delta value, right? And then once we get everything configured, uh, 10 race lanes. Of course, you can have as many as you or as few as you want. 5-minute races, keying off of which stock is moving the most in the 5-minute period. And then once we started that race, as soon as these things start moving, um, then you can see the race counting down here. Now, how long it's going to take for these guys to get moving, I don't know yet. But we'll park him here for now. I guess it restarted. All right, we'll check in. In the meantime, make sure I low float with volume. Make sure we're on real time here. Yep, we'll say live always. And now I'll dump this out in the Cloud Link form to anybody that wants to do something with it. Use it, modify it. 5 minutes. Low float with high volume. All right, so that Cloud Link has been dropped, and hopefully, James, that'll give you a nice template to work with. And as I explained, we install the column for the metric that we want to base the race on, and then we point the race to that metric. It's still strange that these guys are not moving yet, but then we have to wait for it's probably waiting for the 5-minute candle. There we go. Yeah. It would have started quicker if we used 2 minutes. But you can see now Bop is taking a nice run up. And if we go to 5-minute, here you'll see the candle that's currently in right now, or the prior 5-minute candle. This one's still open and has 3 minutes to close. But if we did come in here and used a smaller change, and the smallest is 2 minutes, show column. And we could easily say, nope, we want to use change in 2-minute, and then restart the race. And then you'll see them get active quicker because it's a smaller time frame. I'll just park that one and keep an eye on it. And just like the opening 1 to 2 hours of the market when things are busier, you're going to see busier races because things are moving more in the smaller time frames that most people are looking at when they're using races. All right, just reading your question there, James. Well, you don't necessarily need computer programming skills to use trade ideas. It's kind of like programming, but like for example, I can configure lots of stuff within trade ideas, but I don't know how to code. I don't know how to actually program to write computer language. And fortunately, we don't have to write language in trade ideas. Now, having said that, it is since we've been building and adding things to this product since 2003, it can seem a little overwhelming um, at first, right? But it's just like anything else. The more time you spend with it, familiarizing yourself with the software, even attending this live support session and then hanging out in the room with Barry and everybody because Barry, unless if he's in a trade, yeah, he's going to be busy for a bit, but when he's not in trades, he's happy to help and troubleshoot and answer questions and whatnot. So, we've tried to create the resources for people to, to get better at using the software. Now, as to your question, are there any groups or classes in Austin? Well, Austin's where I spent my youth. That's my old stomping grounds, by the way. But I don't think there's any TI related in general there. But if you're talking outside of the TI sphere, yeah, I mean, Austin's pretty tech heavy. So if you're looking for just general computer stuff, I'm sure there's a plethora of things out there. But when it comes to TI centric, you know, the live support session, the trading room, some of the best ways to become more proficient using the software. Yes, you're right. It's not PhD level complicated, but it's, I like to use the golf analogy a lot, right? And, to myself and Steve and Andy and Chris and Michael and, everybody else that you get to interact with in these live support sessions. I mean, we've just been doing this for so many years. It's like second nature. It's kind of like, you know, I like to try to play golf. I'm pretty terrible at it, but I still enjoy trying, right? And it's kind of like, well, let's say you had a lesson with the club pro. He's like, "Oh yeah, look, I'm just gonna step up here and I'm gonna take the club back and give it a whack and it just goes perfectly. And then when I get up there and try to do it, the ball shoots off at a right angle." you know, it takes years of repetition and practice to even be able to hit the ball a quarter as well as that guy, right? And the same thing is pretty much applicable to trading or any other specific thing that you're trying to become proficient at. It'd be nice, if it could happen very quickly, but that's just not the nature of the beast. Especially, I don't know how long you've been in the markets or how long you've been using trade ideas, but most people that are coming in, sure, they want results quickly, but then again, I'm a realist, so the first year is always a struggle. You know, it doesn't matter what style of trading you're trying to embrace, whether it's intraday trading, swing trading. The market is very efficient, and that's what we're all trying to do is find our edge, find our niche, and that takes time and repetition. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gents. Just checking on a little internal dialogue here. Okay. All right. Let's do a little time check here. All right. Well, as always, time flies when you're having fun. Got about 12 minutes till the top of the hour and the return of our captain. But I tell you what, I left this on the old school top list. I should have converted it to a much prettier tree map before I gave it to you guys. But what a much nicer view than, looking at the spreadsheet format. It's going to kind of cruise through these guys here. WISA, just toying with that VWAP, FFIE, getting crunched a little bit there. And of course, the only difference between the green and the red is these stocks are going to be up, and these stocks are going to be down for the day. But remember, the reason we're seeing stocks that are up and down is because we're sorting by relative volume. Yeah, it'd be nice, to always be in these guys, right? Now, here are my comments on FFIE. If I was even going to attempt to trade this thing, which I didn't, I wasn't even watching this one today. But when you see a pre-market range, like what you see here, this is a great way to manage risk because let's see, the high was about 374, the low was 347. So a 30-cent risk on FFIE or a 30-cent range, that's pretty good. That's a tight opening range, right? I mean, excuse me, pre-market range. Now this is the opening 3-minute candle. Where did it open? It opened at 345. It opened down here. So as soon as it breached that pre-market level, that would have been go time. And then the bottom of the opening candle or the bottom of the pre-market range as your stop loss, right? Because this thing moves fiercely. That was 356 up to almost 3 points there, right? And of course, if it wouldn't have worked and folded over, it could have went down so quickly that it would have been hard to manage your risk. But if you bought it as soon as this area was penetrated and then set your stop loss at the low, you're safe, right? Risking approximately 40 cents to make, somewhere over six times your risk, risking 40. Thing went up approximately 3 points. That is a very good risk to reward ratio. Now, how did we know FFIE was going to do this, right? Nobody knew it was going to take that big of a run. Now, we could have speculated by consulting the daily, right? Okay, if this thing does get up and boogie, where's it going to stop? Well, it put the brakes on right here, kind of lining up with this area of chop from a few days back. But, yeah, everybody wants to be an FFIE today. Problem is finding it. How would you have found it that quickly? And A, how would you have managed your risk? Now, this type pre-market range just happens to be the way it was today, right? And had I been sitting there going, well, I think FFIE might go, risk is definable and a low risk for this stock. And then it did do that. But, we're looking at things and, hindsight's always 2020, right? Sure, of course, everybody just wants to play these all day and get paid, right? But knowing which one to be in and when to push the button based on risk, see, that's a whole nother level, right? A whole nother level. And that is a comment, James, that we get a lot. People are like, well, I can't sit in front of the screen all day, right? Um, and that's why we make the windows to hopefully find us the special ones and allow us to participate. But it sounds easy, but it you know it's a little bit more difficult than that. But if you only have limited time to sit and try to get into some good trades, then I would definitely try to be there. If you only have 2 hours to pick, that probably the opening 2 hours are the where you want to spend your time, right? Because as we can see right now, it's pretty dead out there. Even the high flyers aren't flying that high anymore, and the volume's kind of drying up. All right, so we had one race winner in the 2-minute race, KINS, 10-minute race complete. KINS was the winner, but as you can see here, whoop-de-doo, not a lot of action going on there. Let's see your question, or I'm just reading your last input there on the IB. That's right. If it were easy, everybody would be doing it. The opening 2 hours. Well, like that one we just put together. I mean, that would have definitely shown you some potential big movers right off of the open there. Matter of fact, did I hear Barry come back? I thought I heard him breathing, but maybe I was. Mistaken. All right, let's
Wishful thinking.
Ah.
Because I wasn't. I had muted my mic. So I
Uh,
apologize for being live the first time. I don't think I said anything bad. I think I was just doing my video. So I think
no,
I'm okay.
your Tourette's was very under control, Barry. You didn't say
All
anything.
right.
So what I'm
Can
gonna
I
do
chime
real
in this conversation you're having with
absolutely,
James
sir.
also?
Your
So
comments
James,
are
I
always
know you
welcome.
asked it. You asked this of me when I was on, and I suggest you to take a look at the large cap, or not the large cap, but the gainers from the Open, that race that I'm running. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
but as Jamie is saying, we can create a scan that'll show you absolutely anything. You say, well, I want to see FFIE because look what it did. Well, we can create a scan that'll show you FFIE, like I'm sure Jamie is just doing. The problem is you could see 20 others that don't do what FFIE did.
Correct.
And
Correct.
there it's going to be a needle in a haystack thing. It'd be wonderful if you absolutely knew that that's what FFIE was going to do, but we don't. The only thing I would have said about FFIE is when you look left, you can kind of see that, a few weeks ago, or even last week, 2 weeks ago, it did have some crazy action.
Mm-hmm.
So you might say, well, okay, I wonder if traders are looking at that also, thinking, okay, could FFIE do something crazy again? But again, I wish it were so easy, as Jamie was saying, that you just create a scan and that's the one that's going to go. It's just not going to work that way. And there's always a trade-off. Okay, creating a scan, you can make your filter values. I call them tough enough, so you're not going to get too many coming through, or you can loosen them up, so you're going to get a lot coming through.
Yep.
And sure, the problem is when you have too many coming through, you get overwhelmed. You just don't know which one to take, and then you beat yourself up later. When I say you, I'm not talking you, James, specifically, but we all do this. You beat yourself up because, oh man, look at the one that ran. Why did I look at the other five that didn't? So it's
Absolutely.
it's really hard. There's no easy answer to your question. I still think if you take a look at that race that I suggest you look at and you start running it right at 9:30, you're going to see stocks that are moving immediately.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then, when you see that nice pre-market range like that, Barry, I mean, I was not in this one, but had I seen it breaking that top part of the
Hmm.
pre-market range, I mean,
Right.
that's easy peasy. Okay, you make the bet, you put your stop down here at the bottom of the pre-market range, which for FFIE was only like less than 40 cents. I mean, that's a hell of a risk for that stock.
Right.
And then, you would have gotten paid. But you have to have something to define your risk. And in this case, it was just a very beautiful pre-market range.
Exactly. And that's so key also. I don't think most people don't think about, well, where am I going to get it? Where am I going to get out of this if it doesn't work? I think
Correct.
people go into trading, think, well, it's going to work. It looks like the perfect setup, and I'll just wait until it does work. And that's maybe the worst possible money management you
Yeah.
can do. You know, So that's, as Jamie, I was just listening to the tail end. I mean, he keeps talking about, you have to know what your risk is. Where am I getting out of this trade if it's not working for me? And especially in these low floaters, James, and anybody else listening, I mean, you got to be awfully careful because as it's a corny cliche, but as quickly as they go up, they can even come down twice, 2 or 3 times more quickly. And if you're not prepared, you can get killed.
And how many times did it halt
Yeah.
in there as well?
Yeah, you got it. Well, and even said to James, though, I mean, even if you had waited at 9:33, that's Eastern time, that was the first halt at 4:24. You had an opportunity to get in after that halt if you were so possessed, and it did get up to six something. So,
Hmm.
that there was an alert right there for you. But yeah, it's I think as Jamie said, it'd be nice to have some kind of a magic formula, but there just isn't.
Well said, sir. Well said.
And on that, I will let you go.
Very good. We'll see if the market picks back up here.
Well, it's sort of trying to. It's sort of trying
Yeah.
to. I mean, I have my faith in the market today that it's not going to utterly collapse again.
Not today, Barry. Not today.
Not today. Another day, but not
Yeah,
today.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay,
All right, my
Jamie, I'll take
friend.
over the screen.
Sounds good. We'll see you guys later. Bye-bye.
Okay. Okay, guys, I'm in both rooms now. Let me get rid of my announcement. And let me get my music going. So Shady, did you end up taking HE? Or because I know it triggered. I'm kind of liking it. The other thing you should do, James, if you haven't, is practice in our simulator. Okay, I mean, it uses our real-time data. You don't have to connect to anything. It just uses our real-time data. And practice in our simulator, taking some trades. I don't know if you've already done that, but if you haven't, I really recommend you do. Then you can kind of see. I mean, we can all give you types of scans to take a look at. Some might make more sense than others to you. It's that simple. Oh, I did not know that. I did not know that, Trady, Shady. Okay. The other thing, James, I never trade, never. Okay. I rarely trade in the first 15 minutes. Yes, you're going to see some stocks that just keep moving higher and higher and higher in the first 15. But in my experience anyway, and I used to try to, take a trade right out the open, but I like to wait 15 minutes to let things settle down a little bit. Yep, run the risk of something just running and running and running right from the get-go. I've just seen too many times though that a stock whips up and then whips right back down and takes you out, and you get stopped out, and now you're behind the eight ball the first trade, and you try it again, and you're down two trades, and now your psyche really gets starts working on you. Man, I'm down two trades already. I've got to the third one. I've got to make money, and so I rarely take a trade in the first 15 minutes. I'm not saying I never do, but it works for me. Okay, it works for me. I'm not saying. I mean, those of you sitting out there think, "Oh, well, he's crazy." I take trades in the first 15, and they work well. And I say, hats off, hats off. Well, when you say you wish you could do it, it's really simple. Don't do it. Don't do it. And it's not really advice. When I say I don't take trades in the first 15 minutes, I would say, if you're starting out, a person is starting out, I probably would not take trades in the first 15, maybe even the first 30 if I'm just starting out. But if you have some experience trading, I mean, you can trade anytime you want as long as you've got a plan, and you can figure out a way to put a stop. I didn't see. I don't use Interactive Brokers to trade. I'm not sorry, B plus to trade, James. Okay, I just trade right through my Interactive Brokers platform. So when I click on an alert, it loads into my order entry, and that's where I trade it. Nothing that I trade has to be done like in 2 or 3 seconds, that if I can't get the trade in 2 or 3 seconds, not that it's taking 2 or 3 as a lag, but that it's going to ruin the trade for me. So when I click on an alert, and I click on, I'll click on ASTS, it's there. Okay. I mean, how long did that take? Half a second? It's already in my order entry in Interactive Brokers, and that's where I trade it from. I've just never found the need to use Brokerage Plus. in order to trade from within, like to trade using Brokerage Plus. And maybe it's because I've had Interactive Brokers for 8 years now. I'm so used to using them, and very very comfortable using their order entry. But you know what? Pepe, I don't know if he's around. Pepe, I think, has used. I don't know if he still does. But he's when people ask that question about lag between Brokerage Plus and Interactive Brokers, I think he always says there isn't any, nothing that is going to make any difference to you. So I don't know if Pepe is around, because if he is, I think he will say that there's no noticeable lag. So if you're using Brokerage Plus, yeah, I've got 3 monitors, James. So so this is my main monitor that I'm watching, the one you can see. I do have a couple of others, couple other scans. There you go. So Pepe is saying there's no lag. Now, you mentioned your internet speed and all that. That's got nothing to do with Trade Ideas, of course, or Interactive Brokers. But Pepe is saying there's no lag. Yeah, I mean, I see you only have a 15-inch monitor. I mean, it's going to make it a little more, you're not going to be able to have obviously too many charts, too many scans up and running, and your brokerage platform, because you still need a brokerage you still need a broker, so you're going to have it somewhere. So you don't have to have Brokerage Plus taking up any space, to be honest. You can just click on an alert. Let's say this was, let's say I only had the one monitor, so I would have maybe my Interactive Brokers platform over here. I click on an alert, it loads in, I trade it. So, Brokerage Plus is not taking up any space. I think tomorrow, guys, I'm going to try something. I'm only going to have the large cap gainers from the open as my race to start off with anyway. Yeah, so I wouldn't use Brokerage Plus, I mean, to take up space. I mean, I maybe have a couple of scans. I would really take a look at that scan that I was talking about. The biggest gainers from the open, not the large cap gainers, but the biggest gainers from the open. I mean, if you're bound and determined just to find, to try to find those sort of stocks and the relative strength leaders from the close, this one, these two, I mean, there's FFIE right there. The race would have shown. Now, you were right. The race takes about 30 seconds to start. Every race takes about 30 seconds to start. Probably why I don't want to run a 1-minute race, because it takes 30 seconds to kind of rev up. But, nothing should be that serious that 10 seconds is going to make a huge difference. I mean, yes, if a stock moves from $1 to $10 in 10 seconds, fine, but that's just not normal. Okay, some stocks, the FFIE was moving pretty well, but as I said before, we had an alert just in the halts resumes at 424. You could have got in that trade at 440 had you really wanted to, when it came out of its halt. Now, there was no guarantee, though, that when it came out of its halt, that it was going to keep going to 656. Well, Shady, I disobeyed your order. I was sure you were in this. Not disobeyed them, but maybe I'll not orders, but I didn't realize that. So I actually did take the HE right at 1220, but I just traded it out. Again, best scans is always, people say, well, what's your best scan? Depends what you're looking for. I mean, this is a great scan, not this one, this is the large cap, but the other one I'm sharing is a great scan for finding stocks that are moving right off the bat. Okay. No, just you can just take the trade. I mean, like put it on your screen somewhere. I would just have that one. Okay. Just put it on your screen somewhere. I would put two of them. I would put these two, the relative strength leaders from the close, and also this one. So click on my homepage link, and here are my scans. This top one here, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, and then this one right here, the relative strength leaders. You will see them. Like a lot of times, though, in fact, they could pop, and then they could drop, and then they could settle, and then they could go. Okay, that's why I'm saying I don't think there's a mad rush to take a trade in the first 15. Boy, look at this. ASTS won 16 races. And pay attention to the ones that have won the most races, too. Now, if you only want to spend the first couple of hours, I get it. Okay, speaking 111, I think I'll just one last time go over my homepage. I know I went quickly over the scans I'm sharing, but I'll talk about the other things you can find on my homepage. All right, so clicking on my homepage link, again, there's a promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. As always, please use my promo code. This will really help to keep the rooms free. The rooms get credit for the subscription. And so that really helps to keep the rooms free. That simple. Get started is what you have to do first. 10 short videos, download and install, first startup and log in. I'll scroll down to here. Introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, the two key elements of trade ideas. And Trading 101, if you're new to trading, this is a series of videos designed specifically for you. And if it's all free. Stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it right here. Free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. And if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans. So I sort of made an adjustment now. I say I got rid of one of my races and I got rid of the other relative strength. So I'm making it a lot simpler and cleaner. So this is the race that you see, the large cap gainers. This is the one that I'm actually displaying. Okay, but here are the other two. And again, if you're looking for the fast action ones at the very beginning, again, fast action does not necessarily mean they're going to continue the way you want them to. It just means that they popped, but doesn't mean they're going to just continue to go and go. And I'm not just talking to you, James. That's to anybody. And here is the relative strength leaders right here. Notice I've limited it just to 6. And then the upside movers, downside movers is right here. I just stretched it out now so I can see a lot more. Oh, no. I wonder, because it was working before. Let me see. Whew, no, it's working. It's there. Biggest gainers from the start of the race. because if there were an error, it would tell me there's an error. But let me just load it right on the screen. Load from cloud. There's the link. There is the link ending in D561, D561. Load it. Here it is. Okay. Ah, the click here. Okay, okay, okay. Now I understand. Yeah, so you must have a cached version of, all you have to do is this. Okay, so just give me one moment. Okay, so all you have to do is this. Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, okay? Keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard and then hit the refresh icon up here. And then that click here will be clickable again. Let me know. I'm sure that's going to work for you. Control key, keep it pressed down on the keyboard and hit the refresh key or the refresh icon. You can see what I'm pointing to. Oh, so you are able to get into the scans? Oh, so what's the issue? If you click on open scan, are you using the web-based version of our, oh, okay. All right, let's see. I don't use the web-based version, but let me load it. That's right. You were the one asking earlier about the web-based version. Okay, let me load the web-based version. Now my computer is probably going to rev up a bit, but oh, you know what? Races aren't available, I guess, on the web-based version still. I'm sorry. Yeah. I guess races are still not available on the web-based version. That's the issue. Sorry. Yeah, Pepe, thanks. Forgot about that. I'm so surprised because, I mean, the company really likes people to use the races, but okay, so that's the issue, Chase. Either that or, you can run a program like Parallels or something, an emulation program like Parallels, and then you can use your Mac as a Windows computer. Well, guys, I'm really looking at this one again, the BYRN. Now, I remember when I looked at the monthly, yeah, there's a little bit of, doesn't have as much room as I'd love for it to have. Yeah, it has that 1435. 1432. Now, listen, if I took it here and it went to 1432, sure, that'd be excellent. But I, of course, don't know what's going to do that. Yes, you are right, Ori. Ori, you are absolutely right. SHPH is running here now. Boy, that was a big pop. Look at that on the 3 minutes. Now, James, if you had had my race up and running, I almost guarantee you would have seen this. You would have seen this moving right to the top. I'm seeing it here, on the movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. I'm seeing it right there. But yeah, that is a great pop here. Shoot, remember I was saying this could be, was it this one? I don't know if it was this one I was talking about. There's usually always one that in the afternoon volume comes in. I don't think it was this one. I think I was talking about another one, but this is the one so far, where you get a lot of action at the beginning and then it basically bases for a while. And then sometimes this is a little bit early, 1:20. I usually see these around 2, at 2 o'clock, all of a sudden the excitement comes back and boom, some of these. So now where is the next high looking left on the daily? Looks like around 3. 280 is the next high. WISA, you're right. It was WISA, WISA. Let's see what WISA is doing. Not now. Doubt it now. Would have to be holding up in this area. But there's usually one. And it's usually one of the ones that, was very active in the pre-market, had a big spurt at the beginning, and then kind of do nothing. But you don't want to pull back so much. And usually they're always low floats, because that'll get it going. Of course, only 5 million in the float, so that gets it going. You get the volume coming in. But look, you see WISA, look at the volume. None. See how it's just been declining? Compared to, look at the volume thrust. I mean, look at the volume that came in right there. Yeah, it did a reverse split. I do recall. I don't know how recent it is. Let's see if I can see in the news. So they received a notice of non-compliance in August 26th. So since then, they obviously did a reverse split in order to regain compliance, get it over $1. Okay, guys, I was actually, was it really? Because 8/13 was the actual date that they did the reverse split. So they must have, because they got the letter later on of non-compliance. So maybe they had to do something else. I'm sort of interested in this frog, guys. And you can see why. I mean, look left. Well, I've got a monthly there, but I think even on the weekly, yeah, I mean, look at the weekly chart for Frog, FROG. 3564 is the next high looking left. The 200-day is 33, so that's far enough away. I mean, look, if it can take these highs out here, I mean, it's got some room to run. And it really doesn't look like it's so concerned about what the market's doing right now. But this is getting a little ominous. Remember now, red, purple, that's the most bearish you can have of colors. Yeah, well, look at the burn going without me. Let's see if I'm right at all. Meaning, will I get stuck around the 1430 mark? Ooh, look at Dollar Tree, guys. DLTR. This could have that, sort of that latter day. Just okay. Enough of all this. Let's really start to give it up. I mean, it's already down. I mean, it's already down 21%. I know, but who's going to step in right now and try to buy it? William? Yeah, I didn't see that. I didn't see you put me there before I clicked on the specific stocks only. MXL, guys, MXL. So this was the one that had, well, along with a lot of stocks yesterday, they did this. Now we've got that pattern, orange, cyan, blue. Or keep an eye on this frog. I mean, so now we're getting into the area where it's basically saying, "Don't trade me," on the 3-minute chart anyway. Very different on the 15. Okay, very different. But on the 3-minute chart, don't trade me. That's what the orange is saying. But boy, you can see if it can take this out, this 29.25, that could get running. Just look at that void. Okay, guys. So William said he'll keep the room open, the main room open till 4. Okay, so I'll be taking off in about an hour, 2:30, some between 2:30 and quarter to 3. So remember Novavax at the beginning of the day was just ripping. And now look at it. Look at it. My goodness, it ripped higher. And now look at it. Wow, there is the pattern right there too. Again, not going to show up on the scan. They don't all have to show up on the scan, but wow. Orange, pink, deep purple. Boom. Wow. That was around 1337 or so would have been the alert. And I don't want to ask Michael to get a lower relative volume, because just like I was saying before in our YouTube room before I took over again in the main room, we can create a scan to see anything. The problem is for every one of these, we might see 30 that don't do this. Okay, the other one maybe that maybe has a chance is the ASST. Okay, I mean it's basing pretty nicely, between 314 and 270, and that's a fairly wide range. But it's doing this. But if we get some volume coming in, though it doesn't look good now. In fact, there's your not shortable for me. There's your pattern: orange, pink, deep purple. Watch fiber. Okay, FYBR. I haven't seen this one. Oh, yeah, no kidding. So Verizon nearing a deal for Frontier. Deal for Dallas-based fiber provider could be announced this week. I'm surprised that this is halted, and yeah, I didn't see. Oh, it is there. It is there. Yeah. It did hit the Halter zone, so okay, it is there. Now, wasn't this one of those ones that was sort of wrapped up in that lead issue? This would have been back here. Thank you, William. Yeah, so this would have been back even earlier. Yeah, down here. I remember that. Yeah. All the way down to 11, even, 1160. Seems like a long time ago, but it's only a year ago. Well, yeah, last July. Lead cables, right? Thank you. All right, William. Let's see, 6366. Okay. So this is not a news halt. I'm sorry, this is not a news halt. It is a volatility halt. The news is out there. You know, ASTS is still strong, guys. Still strong. 17 races that it has won today. And you can see how it's been sort of hovering over that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. That yellow line that you see here, that's Steve's. Oh, look at Frog now. Frog has won 7 races. Guys, we got the relative volume is 5. I'm wondering maybe at that point when there it was not 5. Anyway, bottom line is this could get going here, guys. We have the orange directly to powder blue. I think it just has to take maybe this out, the 29.25 or so. Could get going. Look at just look left. Look how much room it's got on the weekly chart. Be nice to see some volume come in. I mean, the volume has not been great. It's been sort of dwindling. Look on a 15-minute chart how the volume has dwindled. It's the only thing that kind of is keeping me a little off it. Man, you can just look on that 15-minute chart. You can just sort of see where it's stalling. About 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So about an hour and 45 minutes, trying to get through those highs. Where's that PJ? So fiber still has not opened. Frog is still hanging around that 29.20. So this is going to be at least a 10-minute halt for fiber, FYBR. More like a news halt now, even though the news is out there. All right, Shady and Clove with the AI in the press release today. Okay, so he's in this one, yeah. So well, let's see how communications is doing right now. XLC, not good. Not good at all. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's only down basically flat. Whoa. X-Puke is right. No kidding. Well, this is definitely a war between management and workers on this one. CEO warns of plant closing if the sale to Nippon Steel collapses. Yeah, WISA. Yeah, WISA. It did pop. Now, look at the volume that came in. Look at that volume that came into WISA. Over 2 million, 2.5 million on that 3-minute candle. Now, that is okay. You get the alert right there at 2:55 on that pattern, orange directly to blue. Now, and it pulled back for us. So, well, I mean, the next high in the weekly chart is 335. So there's certainly room on a weekly chart anyway for WISA. Well, Frog doesn't look like it's going to do it. Ever? No. Somebody was talking about Sasser, SASAR, SASR. And that, yeah, wow, popped up, closed up here. Sandy Spring Bancorp said to work with advisor to entertain sales talks. Okay, so that's the reason, putting themselves up for sale. Now, guys, that's a pretty bearish looking pattern right there. Orange directly to deep purple on the 5-minute. I actually didn't think they were that close, William. I always, since this whole thing started with US Steel, how long ago was it? A year ago that they were talking about being bought by a foreign company. Boy, there are shares for me to short for BBI. They've been investing in X anyway. Okay. Can we call it X now? US Steel. They're not investing in Twitter. BBIO, guys. So coming right into the 200-day moving average. So this could stall it. This could be an interesting potential short for us. BBIO. That's the 200-day is at 30.08. That might be a little tough to get through. It did get through it yesterday, but it didn't close there. You know what? I'm semi-sick about Byrne, BYRN. Outsmarted myself. I thought that 1430 would be too much of a barrier, and not even close. Boy, this is so close now to that 200-day BBIO. Basically, call it $30, okay? I mean, it's the area of the 200-day, so call it $30. And there are lots and lots of shares available. Interactive Brokers, 3.5 million shares. Well, I'm doing something I don't ever do. Well, ever do, obviously, ever. I've done it. Took this short here, and I'll put a stop basically just underneath the 200-day if it gets close. Just trying a little scalp on this. Remembering that it is a strong stock. Whoa. Okay, another leg down now, guys. So we're 550. Isn't that wasn't that the low, the pre-market? Yeah, just about 549.48 was the low in the pre-market, so we're very close. Draw? Don't do that to me. So I see fiber resumed, and what happened? Wow. So okay, so it got halted at 30.39. Wow. So it opened at 35. Five minutes to the beige book. Okay. Used to be okay. Why WISA guys? WISA. WISA. All right. Well, moment of truth for me now for the B bio. I want to see if this 30 holds. I'm a little underwater on it, but yeah, I don't remember, when the beige book stuff came out several years ago. First of all, there's just so many more things now in this like so-called economic calendar or so-called economic data that is now coming out way more than I ever remember. So I think the beige book is now, oh well, whatever. Oh, I'm sure somebody's going to try to short this one, right, William? FYBR. Okay, guys, another half an hour or so for me. Good time to ask questions if you have any. That got me out of the B bio. Okay, it got up to that just underneath the 200 days. So took the loss on the B bio. I'm going to wait and see if it comes back down through it though. No, this is actually showing up now here. I would never have shorted it. There's the pattern. Wow, there's the pattern. Orange, purple, orange, blue. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Okay, beige book, 2 o'clock. Anything happen? You know, it's so interesting. Wow, look at X. Yeah, look at X right there. XXX marks the spot. Wow. Right. Dollar Tree still looks is just getting weaker and weaker and weaker. The LTR. Excuse me, as is CN. CIEN is getting weaker and weaker also. Did we have to go back about 4 years before we see some of these lows for DLTR? This is back in March. Yeah, March, around $60 low right here, March of 2020. Sorry, February of 2020, that month. No, I was right. March of 2020. Well, I remember what happened then, March of 2020. So those were the lows down here, pandemic low. So approaching a pandemic low. My goodness, X is just getting clobbered here. All right. BBIO, $46 price target by Piper Sandler. Holding above the 200-day so far. Well, looking at a monthly chart, I got to go way back. Well, not way back necessarily. 2781. So we're at 2781. So the next low looking left is 2226. And this is back. Let's see if I find a date here. It's August of 2023. So about a year ago. Approaching the US Steel lows of a year ago. All right, DLTR hanging under 62. Let's see how well it hangs under 62. As the market is getting weaker and weaker. Okay, let's take a look at X from Shady. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'm still around. If you have a question, just ask away, but I'm going to put myself on mute. Oh, I didn't put myself on mute, but look, yes, well, I'll tell you why I put myself on mute. The DLTR, I wanted to concentrate on it. And it is, remember I said, can it hold under 62? So far, so good. I think, just a late day, just shellacking again. Now I'll put myself on mute. Okay, guys, I'm back. I think I'm going to take off right now. Thank you, Shady. I actually took a little. I'm not in it anymore. Excellent call on the X, on the bounce. I had to take off. I'm going to take off now, though. Before I do, I will put the main room link into, where is it? My homepage. So anybody in YouTube right now, if you want to continue chatting about trading, etc., you can go into the main room. All you have to do is click on my homepage link. When you do that, at the very top, download. Okay, I'm sorry. Trading room right here. Okay, so you can get into the main room if you want. And because I do have to shut YouTube down, but the other room will be open till 4. You too, Michael. Other room will be open till 4 o'clock. Okay, Eastern time, of course. So again, thanks for all the help. Exciting day. It was a pretty exciting day. So thanks for all the help again, all day long. And I'll get on the mics tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Have a great evening.